going for 45 minutes tonight.
I think so.
Motion to adjourn?
Recording in progress.
Well, yeah, we can adjourn at any time.
We're good. Thank you. All right, good evening. It is 7:02 p.m. on Wednesday, March 20th, and I'm calling the Lunenburg Finance Committee meeting to order. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access channel and on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page. The following information is provided for members of the public that would like to participate in the meeting remotely. To participate remotely from a computer, please use the link attached to the agenda, which can be found on the town calendar on the town website. From a telephone, dial toll-free number 888-475-4499 and enter webinar ID 892-2688-7485. This agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any announcements from the committee this evening? You sure?
Yeah. I've got tomorrow night to
It's true. We'll be here again in 24 hours.
save them up and have a 10-minute report.
The only announcement I have is that we are down 2 members for the evening. Ms. Tavares and Ms. Russell will not be joining us, so it's just the 5 of us for the evening. Is there any public comment from the public? Which I don't see any public this evening. Exactly. We got off the hook.
Love that picture of the empty room with Heather over in the corner.
Hearing none, is there any public comment from the committee?
Nope. Yeah, I do have one comment. And again, it's on the fringes of, is this really an issue or is this not an issue? But it was announced at this select board meeting last evening that a member of the public, and then it was announced that it was a member of the finance committee, had submitted a citizen's petition in regards to an override with some dollar amounts for the town side of the budget. I'm a bit concerned with it being connected to a member of this committee, although it was a citizen's petition, so in that realm it's appropriate, but it was also submitted with no signatures and after the cutoff date. So I just couldn't let that ride without at least being concerned that a member of this committee brought something forward in that manner. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of sitting between two. But I just felt it was worthy of being brought up, and I think all of us as members know that we need to be careful as to what our actions are that could be construed as being brought forward as a member of this committee or speaking for the committee. And I don't believe, that is the fact, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. The only comment I have for the evening is just to request that all members speak directly into the microphone this evening, just for the viewing public. And if there's any issues, just let us know, and I'll happily remind myself as well. All right, moving on. Do we have a town manager report?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi there.
So I don't know if everybody watched the select board's meeting last night.
What else are we going to do?
If you haven't, these were some of the announcements that were made. We currently have a few bids out right now. One is for the Flat Hill Culvert Project that is due on March 27th. The bids for cleaning services for town buildings is due April 4th. And a proposal for data collection services for the assessing department for cyclical inspections would be due April 8th. And we received 4 responses to the request for qualifications for the owner's project manager services for Marshall Park. Those are currently being reviewed by the Parks Commission at their meeting tonight. We have an updated natural gas contract that will go into effect, not for a while now, on November 30th, 2025. I worked with our energy broker to secure this new rate for our natural gas accounts. This is both for town and school. And that rate would be $5.66 and 8 to the 8th decimal points per decatherm.
66 to the 8th?
Yeah,
decimal?
well, so 5.668
Oh, okay.
to the
They
100.
were going out 8 decimal
Yes.
places.
No. And that's a 3-year locked-in rate for that. It is an increase compared to what we have right now for our natural gas rate, which is $4.39 per decatherm. That rate will be, like I said, until November 30th, 2025, but is a good rate looking at the market right now. So this will give us also opportunity to plan for fiscal '26 going forward and beyond. So plenty of notice on that. An update on the solid waste and recycling contract. As we are approaching the end of our 3-year contract with E.L. Harvey, we requested a meeting with them to negotiate an extension of that contract, and we did meet with them last Thursday. Unfortunately, in order to extend that contract, it was going to be a 70% increase. And essentially that came down to when they bid that original contract, they were basing it in on 80 hours, labor hours a week to do the routes, and it's taking them 120 hours a week to do the routes. So they're pretty much upside down in their labor cost. And to make it profitable, they would have to purchase new trucks. So that adds into the factor of that exponential factor of why that increase would be. So we are going to approach this 2 ways. We'll be putting it out to bid right away to see what we get for proposals, and then also working with E.L. Harvey, looking to move to a cart toter system. So,
What?
I'm sorry?
What
A
system?
toter system, meaning like the bins with the lids.
Tote barrels?
Yes.
So no more bags?
Well, it's
It's done?
maybe,
It's
no,
settled?
no. Possibly not. That system has worked for us, and a lot of towns still use that. You still purchase the bags. That's how we get the incoming revenue to pay for the trash disposal cost. So that's an easy way to take in the revenue and track it. So that's still an option. So we'll be looking at different options, sizes of toters. The one that makes the most sense just on an initial approach is a 65 gallon per trash and recycling. But that's all something we would look at different models, speak with other communities, see how their programs are working with a cart system as well.
Can we just sell a sticker every year, a different color sticker versus, because I hate those bags, I'll tell you,
A sticker for
For
the,
the tote.
For a bag.
for the toter.
Or even a sticker
Or
for the
for a bag.
bag. Use my own bag and
Well,
put a sticker
Yeah,
on it.
Buy
But
your own
they
bags.
just pick them up and dump them automatically. So.
Oh, but if
say
we're going to the toter,
If
yes.
you go to the toter.
Right.
right. It's, yeah, that might be harder to manage as far as, it's easier for when the trash company, they can see actually when they're, because they have cameras on the trucks, they're seeing actual disposal into the truck if there's bags that aren't pay-as-you-throw. But that's something we could look at as a potential possibility.
Did they give an indication as to why they were off by so much on their estimation? I mean, our town hasn't exactly grown in size
much.
for,
I think it,
Roads.
a number of factors when they bid the project. It could, I wouldn't say this is entirely it, but there were some private roads included in there that weren't, like, we received our list from Casella of all the routes. That's what was included, so that might have a slight, part to it. But what we are finding and other communities are finding, trash haulers are pretty much forcing moving to a cart system. It's too labor intensive for their companies and not profitable to drive 2 people on a truck at all times.
Okay.
Two people is definitely more efficient.
We do have, we had put a letter in February per our contract terms, just to give notice that we'd like the extension, and that's a 90-day extension beyond the June 30th. So we do have our rate secured until the end of September. So, but we'll be using this time to go out to bid and look at a cart system model.
Do they do the town buildings?
Yes.
Would it be possible to look at separating out the town buildings and bidding them separately if they're dumpsters?
We, that's part of itemized list in the bid package as far as what type of receptacle is at each building. We're actually decreasing because we're finding we're not using that large of a container at 2 of our buildings.
But are we using toters at the buildings or are we using dumpsters? I see dumpsters out there.
Different buildings are different, yeah.
Because there's a difference between picking up toters and then picking up dumpsters. There's a lot of rubbish companies around here that can pick up a dumpster versus doing toters. And I want it to be a cost savings in bidding out the town buildings that have dumpsters only, and doing the toters for residential pickup separately.
We can talk offline, but when we looked at what it costs for a subscription service, it was, I think, 3 times the cost for a resident, if not more. So I think it was, if we looked at just our numbers for 4,000 pickups, it was 2.6 million versus 800,000 with the 70% cost increase.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do we actually know how much they're picking up versus the amount of private?
Well,
companies that are
that's
operating in
something
town?
that is not tracked because anyone can put their recycling out.
Yeah.
So as far as bags, we know how many bags we sell, but they are going to work with us to try to figure out how many stops they're actually doing on each route as well.
Have we seen
Yeah,
any
get a
change in the
better
amount
idea
of
of-
bags we're selling?
No,
It's been consistent?
yes, yeah.
Heather, when do the contracts transition? In other words, the end of this present one and a new one would start?
So we have the 90-day extension, so we have until end of September. So
Okay,
it
so-
would have expired June 30th.
Right.
And
So from the funding point of view, how are you going to cover that in the 2025 budget, not knowing what that cost is going to be? We're in the $300,000 range, isn't it? Or is that just recycling?
right now, it's an unknown cost until we get, right now, there's a 5% increase in this. So it all.
Built into your proposed?
So we would have to find out numbers for the cart toter system to see what that impact is. I mean, the solid waste, the trash disposal part would obviously, impact in bag fees costs, because that offsets the trash disposal.
Okay, so any increase that's not budgeted, okay.
Would be covered by the
Right,
enterprise.
right. It'll be covered by the revenue from the bags.
Right,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. I don't see Ezekiel, so I think we're going to skip the finance director report. Should be having a Monty Tech presentation. Okay. Fair enough. That works for us
Maybe
then.
late.
Let's go right under the sewer department.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi there.
Hello.
Do you have the presentation, or are you going to broadcast it?
Right there.
Just came up.
Sorry, I was half a second behind.
All right. Good evening. My name is Brett Ramsden. I want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss our FY25 sewer enterprise budget. My name is Brett Ramsden. I'm the vice chair of the Sewer Commission. I have with me our business manager, Paula Bertram, and she's the one that put this budget together for us. Thank you, Paula. In our current sewer team consists of John Reynolds, our chairman, myself as vice chair, David McDonald as clerk, Michael Nault as a member, Michael Mackin as a member. Our staff includes the DPW director, William Bernard, our business manager, Paula Bertram, our assistant business manager, Camille Ferreira.
Camille Farrar.
Thank you. And our minutes taker, Jane Rainley. And we also are the company that takes care of the sewer system themselves is is Chad T. Emke LLC, which is run by Robert Lilly, our technician, Wade Sinclair, the general manager. Also, in addition, we'd like to include the DPW superintendent, Joe Progan, and employees Jim Stickerly and Jack Welch have been, wanted to say they have been a tremendous help to the sewer department and assisting us on, among other things, including sewer manholes, supervising jetting and cameraing, and assisting in any emergencies that come along. And it is greatly appreciated, all the help we get from the Lunenburg DPW. A little background, the Sewer Commission was established in 2006, operates under the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Prior to 2006, the sewer was run under the Select Board. Our sewer system consists of 16 miles of gravity sanitary sewer, 3.9 miles of forced mains, 2.3 miles of low-pressure sewers, and 10 pumping stations. Our vendors are connected to the system and ensure the system operates efficiently. We have intermunicipal agreements in place with Fitchburg and Leominster to treat our waste. The commissioner was established in 2006 and, as you know, operates under the Sewer Enterprise Fund. The system is, sorry, some of this is a repeat.
Yeah, just focus on
Yeah. Our current vendor is Chad T. Emke, or CTE. And for our wastewater disposal, we have agreements with Fitchburg and Leominster. IMA with Fitchburg was renegotiated in 2013, and our IMA for Leominster was also recently renegotiated. Some of our current issues, our system is obviously an aging system, and costs are increasing, and we'd like to review some of those current issues and concerns with you tonight. We have a significant infiltration and inflow, which we call I&I. I&I, the pump stations, right? The recent data indicates that the system has water entering the system from rain groundwater. Usage fees for Leominster and Fitchburg are based on flow, so we are paying essentially for the disposal of clean water entering our system in different areas, which is the I&I. And decreasing I&I will certainly decrease our costs significantly, so this is one of our big goals. The system is nearing the end of its design life is in need of numerous upgrades. Several repairs have been completed in 2024, and the capital plan has been, a capital plan has been created to continue upgrades through 2032. Fitchburg and Leominster have raised their rates. Fitchburg is increasing their rates by 7% each year for the next 5 years, and Leominster is increasing their rates to 16.17% effective July 1st, 2024, and another 3% for FY26. Material and labor costs have gone up, and lead time for materials has increased, as it has in many facets. Leominster's new NPDES permit went into effect on March 1st, 2024, and as a co-permittee, Lunenburg has new reporting requirements to meet. Our strategic plan addressing these issues with our system, planning for the future is our top priority, of course, with our staff and our commission. I would like to talk about some strategies we have in place, addressing these concerns to maintain our system and serve our customers successfully through the future. As I stated earlier, water getting into the system increases our costs. Identifying the I&I as our top priority, the Commission requested ARPA funds to help repair manholes throughout the town. $100,000 in ARPA funds were awarded to us. We plan to go out and bid in the spring to correct the manholes identified that are adding to our I&I problem. Moving forward, we have increased the annual budget for manhole repairs as well. Use of SpillSense unit, which is essentially a float with sophisticated software, will help us identify some of this influx of the I&I. And this can be moved from manhole to manhole. We have purchased the unit, and that was installed today. We are excited about the technology. The results are satisfactory.
If they are.
Additional units may be purchased if it works very well.
Could I interrupt for just a second? Is
certainly.
that what was going on down at the end
It
of
is.
Riley's Road today?
It is, yes.
Okay, saw the project, I was wondering.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of I&I at Mass 3.
Yep.
So we're starting at the end point, and we'll work our way towards the pump station.
Great, thank you.
We're very hopeful. We are also working with an engineering firm regarding the best ways to identify other sources of I&I. Some of that is even at some of our stations themselves
Sump pumps, et cetera.
to rectify the problem. So a number of improvements have been made, as I mentioned, in 2024, FY24. New cranes were installed at Dana Street, Leominster Road, and Mass 1 stations. These cranes assist with the safe removal of pumps and heavy repairs. The control panels at the West Street and Francis Ave station were also replaced and upgraded. General improvements were done at 4 stations: Dana, Twin City, Leominster Road, Mass 3. Improvements include replacement of block heaters, various components such as thermostats, control panels, temperature switches. New vacuum pump replaced the failed unit at Mass 1. The pumps at Dana Street are near the end of their useful life and have numerous failures requiring repairs on a pretty regular basis. We hope to have the pumps replaced next year. These are some of our larger pumps. This year, 7 of the wet wells were cleaned. 3 required a tank entry. We have incorporated funding in our budget to clean the wells to at least annually The commission has developed a capital plan to address future needs. By draining these wells, we've identified many large problems that you shall see further here. We have addressed the program. The graph you have in front of you illustrates the planned funding for capital needs. The large increase in FY25 is due to the priority upgrades at 2 of the pump stations, Mass 1 and Dana.
Didn't you have a large increase last year, or was that?
We didn't have a large increase in capital needs. We did take a large sum from retained earnings.
Okay.
So, and we're taking a similar retained earnings, but you'll see later on that we're talking about a rate increase as well to cover some of the costs for the repairs.
Over the next several years, we are looking at generator and pump replacements at several of our stations. In FY25, the capital plan line item has been increased to replace aging equipment in various stations and to address priority repairs at Mass 1 and Dana Street. We are working with the Green Communities Committee and Unitil to hopefully obtain grant funding for these pumps. We have also, including for various spare components and contingency plan, $33,750 so that in the event of an emergency, funds are available. If this funding is not needed, it will return to retained earnings at the end of the FY year.
Do these numbers include the labor associated with them, or are they just, okay.
During the wet well cleaning at Mass 1, it was discovered that dresser coupling on the force main has corroded and was leaking, subject to popping off. If this were to happen, it would be catastrophic. Being a forced main, I imagine everything that can fill a sewer line for the course of half a mile or so going uphill, that kind of pressure
It's about 15
on a rotted pipe.
Yeah.
So the term big mess wouldn't really cover the problem.
Do you tend to see sewer lines and stormwater lines along the same roads?
I can't say that they're along the same roads. In some cases they are, and in others they are not. So
Okay.
that particular force main, there's not a lot of stormwater drainage. In other areas there are. The GIS system actually has both, I believe it has both the stormwater and the sewers, so you can look and see what areas have both in parallel.
We just see similar issues with the stormwater systems as the septic systems. I'm wondering if there's synergies if you do things at the same time. Especially if you're
Not sure.
cutting roads and,
They don't do stormwater.
no, I understand. But two groups can work together. So if,
Yeah, and the DPW director, who is obviously part of the sewer team, is also on the stormwater. So we do regularly talk about stormwater and issues related to, that may integrate into the sewer. So we do work in parallel, and I'm sure if there was a situation where we had a project that could be coupled, we would, because Bill kind of manages both of those.
okay.
Yeah, that's part of the help of having him involved at both.
Right.
These problems we're mentioning now were some of those problems we found by draining and giving us the opportunity to nip the problem in the bud. Repairs were made to the line on February 27th. This required draining the forced main and then installing staging in the wet well. The 12-foot 8-inch pipe was then cut and replaced. Oh, the 12-foot 8-inch 8 across pipe was then replaced. A riser was installed to support the pipe so that the problem would not reoccur. The cost of the unplanned repair was approximately $40,000
Is this done without digging up the roads, or do you have to?
so far.
This particular project was done without digging up the roads.
Okay.
It was within the wet well itself. Every station has a wet well, and that's where the sewage goes, and then it's pumped, from that location. And it was accepting, the line that broke was accepting from the force main and putting it into the tank, and that's where the break was. So,
But it has also brought our attention to rotting pipes that go through the wet well walls, where we plan to address before one of those lets go.
yeah, we have 2 suction lines right now in Mass 1 that are going to need to be replaced. When they did the repair on the force main line, they found that they were also rusting to the point where the metal is getting very thin. And if they were to break, we'd have the same type of catastrophe. Basically, the wet well would fill up and spill. So we're looking at repairing those as well. And unfortunately, when we drained the wet well at Dana, we found that Dana is in a very similar situation.
Is that a design flaw in that the proper material wasn't used for that piping, or, I guess, one of the concerns I always had in manufacturing is, most times you replace something that's corroded with the same thing that was there before. I guess the question is there compelling information that it should be a different material? I guess is the question.
It's interesting that you bring that up. The force main can't be a different material, but the suction lines, we're looking at possibly replacing the metal pipes with Schedule 80 PVC. And we're working with our engineer. That's what the contractor has proposed, so we're just working with our engineer to confirm that that will work and will do the job. But obviously, if we can do that, that's our plan.
Thank you.
We're also looking at air breathing possibilities. Allowing the wet well to breathe more may actually help with the rusting issues.
Right.
We're trying to address everything we can.
Great, thank you.
Given the substantial increases by Leominster and Fitchburg, the need to repair and upgrade infrastructure, and the rising costs, on July 1st of 2024, the sewer rate will be increased from $13.66 to $15.85. This increase equates to an increase of approximately $12.34 a month on average for the average residential unit. The minimum charge will go from $115 to $126 per quarter. Due to Leominster's recent increase in their connection fees, our connection fee will go up from $2,250 to $3,900. You should have another graph in front of you with increased fees from Leominster and Fitchburg. This graph illustrates the fee increases we have seen from Leominster and Fitchburg in project costs through FY29 based on the current use and rates.
Do they see the same percentages in their own town?
They're not seeing the same percentages. In Fitchburg, we pay the same rate. In Leominster, we do not. We pay a substantially higher rate. 1.25% higher than the Leominster user is what we're currently paying. After the second increase in fiscal 26, any increase beyond that will be penny for penny.
Is there a specific reason why we're paying more in Leominster, or for Leominster?
Because we are relying on them for their system.
Because they can?
And they charge all of their out-of-town users that rate.
The new NPDES permits go into effect on 3/1/24. NPDE stands for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, and is a program administered by the EPA that regulates discharges of waters within the United States. As a co-permittee of the city, I'm never going to get that, Leominster's permit will have to comply with new reporting requirements. In addition, an adaptation plan must be completed within 24 months, which identifies vulnerable critical assets that are vulnerable to storm, flood events, under baseline, and future conditions. Within 36 months, adaptive measures must be developed that will minimize the impact of future conditions on critical assets and operations. Within 48 months of the permit date, a schedule of implementation and maintenance of adaptive measures must be submitted to the EPA. An updated sewer system operation and maintenance plan must be completed, and reports must be submitted annually on adoption plan progress and activities related to the implementation of the O&M plans. Hopefully, some of this work can be done in-house by staff. However, some engineering expertise may be needed.
Did you say this? What's a vulnerable critical asset?
Anything that is basically a pump station. I mean, that is a vulnerable critical asset, because if it were to fail, just like we talked about, it would cause an environmental disaster. So if it were to flood, we were to have a flood situation, and that's one of the things we'll look at, is anything that lies within the floodplain and is subject to flooding. What is our adaptation plan? What are our emergency measures? So those are things we'll be looking at over the next couple of years.
Okay.
So we have the budget, you should have the budget, FY25 enterprise fund budget revenues in front of you. The user charges, quarterly billing, irrigation fees comes to $1,230,400. The connection fees we brought in were $20,000.
This is what we're projecting.
I'm sorry?
This is our projected budget.
Oh, our projected, of course. 2025. We expect our permit fees, we expect about $3,715, penalties and interest about $10,000. Investment income is estimated to be $8,000, and the estimated betterment revenues is $473,774. Coming to a total for that year potentially of $1,751,189.
Do you explain what's included in the betterment revenues? What makes those up?
So a portion of the betterment revenues are the town, and then the others are individuals who have betterments on their property, and it's their forecasted payment plan.
Okay. Okay. So it's strictly,
Money coming in from people that have bettered their property and financed it over a period of time.
okay. Does that tend to stay pretty consistent year to year?
Well, some of them are dropping off.
Right.
Or is
So-
that a figure that's going to drop off over the next decade or so, leaving you
Yeah, I
with a
can give you
$500,000 hole?
exactly if you, where is it now?
Unless we extend the sewer line.
Right.
Right, so right now, our sewer betterments, we're actually making money on the betterments at this point, but they do fluctuate, and I do have a graph that kind of projects out. 2027, we should make approximately $265,654. 2028, $253,000, and then it changes because it depends on the timing. So in 2029, it drops down to 2,939. And then in 2031, we go back to being negative slightly, 2,840.
But at that same time, you're probably bringing in additional,
Well, that's the hope.
Okay.
And, as people connect, they have an opportunity to either pay off the betterment or it's a privilege fee, and they can finance it over a 10-year period.
okay.
And I just closed your book, so sorry.
What's the interest rates available on the betterment?
I wasn't involved with the betterment, so honestly, I can't tell
Okay,
you.
that's fine. I was just curious because I did mine when Whiting Street was done, and I'm well beyond paying it off, but the rates were really helpful for people that needed to
Well,
finance it.
the last one was an SRF loan, so the interest rate was 2%.
That's about what I had in my head, that most of the projects have been in that realm.
Yep.
That sounds good, because I'm adjacent to the sewer line on my property. I'm the last house that has septic, and we've tossed the idea around for year after year.
Well, when you need to replace it is when you'll be ready.
Exactly.
Right. And you'll be very welcomed. All right. Should we run through the summary as well? Or?
I don't know if you want to go through
Yeah.
each line. It's up to you.
Our summary for our FY25 enterprise budget fund expenses, our total on that, I'm just going to give you the totals unless you have other specific questions. Total on that expectation at this time is $2,114,689. Total retained earnings appropriation we hope to be $400,000. A total of $400,000 is required from retained earnings in 2025 to cover the difference. Is dedicated for emergency repairs and to provide an emergency buffer in the event that the full amount is not utilized. It will be returned to retained earnings, which we certainly hope. Various fund projections is expected that in FY29, following several capital upgrades, there may be revenue to deposit into retained earnings as well. And we have those numbers in front of you if you have any questions.
And just one clarification on that. The retained earnings numbers that you're seeing don't include interest, because we have no way of knowing that until the end of the fiscal year. So that number will be higher, depending on what happens with interest.
Are your investment strategies and those numbers?
Those are through the town. And I honestly, I get these figures from the town accountant.
Okay, thank you.
Comes back to our idea of wanting to get more improve our investment portfolios.
Right, yep.
And gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our presentation. Have you any questions for us?
When do you project retained earnings to go to zero?
Hopefully not. Our hope is that, as Brett talked about, we're hoping to get grant funding. We're actually working with Green Communities now on some of the replacement of our pumps, which are a large item in our capital plan. So if we can get that funding, then those funds won't be expended, and those will go back to retained earnings. Our hope is by, what year did you say, 2029, we hope to start making a regular investment into retained earnings. None of us have a crystal ball, but what we've done is project out. We've worked with our vendor to identify the equipment needs that we need to upgrade, and we've budgeted that out to 2032. Obviously, what would just happen with Mass One and what's happening with Dana were unexpected. So those unexpected things do pop up. But what we're hoping is that by doing the proactive measures that we're doing, which is the regular wet well cleaning, the regular inspections, working with our engineering firm, we can avoid those types of expenditures.
Staying ahead of these problems is going to be key.
So in your 5-year here, what's your assumptions relative to rate increases over those years?
Right now, that has not been decided. Right now, we're looking at the 16%. Potentially, there may be a slight increase moving forward, but that's really a wait and see. As I said, there's a lot of dependent on whether or not we're able to acquire those grant funds. Right now, we're looking at about potentially $200,000 in grant funding if we obtain the grant. So that will cut our costs significantly.
We've obviously thrown some numbers around, but if we don't have to raise rates, we certainly won't.
The only other question I have is in regards to Mass One and what you found there being more than what you went in to repair originally. Do you intend to put a more aggressive inspection cycle in place for all of the infrastructures so that you've got a better handle on what's going on before we do have a major spill?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we have a new system, a new plan where we're going to be draining those wet wells on a regular basis. which hasn't really been the practice. But, having learned from our recent well draining, as you're mentioning, we're going to do it on a regular basis to stay ahead of it.
And the other thing we're doing is looking for I&I. So as we identify it, we'll correct it. Obviously, that reduces our cost, but it also weakens the infrastructure within it. In several instances, we found bricks in the wet wells, which is a sign that the brick collar on the manhole is deteriorating and
then
falling
drop
in. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at doing more jetting. So we are aggressively working on a maintenance plan to lower costs and keep things low.
Additionally, more camera work, all that kind of thing.
Yeah. I know on water systems, there's a way, of course, with a water system, it's easy if you need to resurface the inside of a water main, you run temporary water service on top of the ground, and then you run a machine through that coats the inside of the water main. You're not going to be able to do that with sewer lines, correct?
I would not think so.
Yeah. Okay, so that's as they deteriorate, it's going to be a major, replace this section, replace that section, and so on and so forth.
It'll be road work.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee?
How many customers do you have?
Currently, we have approximately 1,365 units. So we don't go by customers that are billed anymore because, for example, Whalum Luxury Apartments, they get one bill,
Yeah,
but there's
multiple.
42 units in that building. So about 1,365 units. So,
Some of those being bigger than others.
right.
Are we getting to the point where, and this is my complete ignorance to how long a pipe lasts in the ground, are we getting to the point where we are going to start seeing catastrophic failures across pipes?
We don't believe so.
Okay.
We suspect that the pipes that are completely underground are generally in good shape. There may be sections we come across, but that'll be found by either through jetting or camera work. These specific pipes are entering the wet wells, and through that, the exposure is affecting through the wall. So we hope not to have to dig too far from the wet well for these repairs.
Right, and the jetting we've done hasn't shown any indication that the pipes themselves are in trouble.
Okay. Excellent. So the preventative maintenance at this point should be sufficient to maintain. It's not like in 2029, we're going to have this catastrophic failure that again, crystal
Right.
ball, but
Right.
we're not trying to put a Band-Aid on a sewer pipe.
No,
No, that's just not going to work.
yeah, our focus is on the pump stations right now, and we've done a lot of improvements, and we're going to continue that. But the lines themselves, really our focus is just jetting and cammering if needed. But we haven't seen any deterioration of the pipes themselves.
Is there a technology, I know a lot of underground pipeline systems with other materials going through the pipes have the capability of putting through, it's not a mole, I don't know what it's called, but it's a unit that actually measures the thickness of the walls of the pipe as it travels through. This in particular is going on a property up in New Hampshire because there's a crude oil pipeline underground up there that's substantial distance from Portland to Montreal.
Yeah, our pipes are PVC.
Yeah, okay, so that's going to make a big difference. Yep, okay, thank you.
Are we anywhere near capacity issues with
No.
the current load that we have?
No, we have a lot of room, in
Okay.
fact. So
So there's no issue with having to
Right,
add additional pump stations or?
we've got plenty of room for you.
Okay,
Right.
excellent.
Our flow on average is about 200,000 gallons per day to Leominster, and our intermunicipal agreement is for 500,000 gallons per day. In the intermunicipal agreement that was recently negotiated, we have the ability to request more if it becomes necessary, but right now, we're not close to our 500,000 gallons per day.
Okay.
Getting more customers would in fact lower our
costs.
rates
Right.
for everybody. In case anybody's interested.
That's the plug. Any other questions from the committee? I'm good. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
We
it.
appreciate all of your time.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too. Oh, that's right. Well, we don't have a public.
No public?
Do we have any public comment from the public? As you said, the public's all at the school or at the Ritter. All right. Thank you for the reminder. Hearing none, let's move on to Monty Tech.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Excuse me.
You good? All right.
Ready?
All set? All right, first, we want to thank you for having patience. We were gifted with four finance committee meetings in 3 nights. So we just drove from Templeton. I promise you, we did not exceed the speed limit to get here, but we're happy to be here and excited to share what's going on in my tech. I realize it's late. Tammy's really who you're here to see pretty much for the finance stuff. I'm going to quickly go through the opening section that just kind of gives you some updates on what's going on at Monty Tech. And I may even skip a few slides, but please, if there's any questions, don't hesitate to give me a stop. Again, one of the things we like to focus on is the fact that we do make an extreme effort at Monty Tech to seek out grants and opportunities to get funds into the building, to support our students, that then obviously assist with us not having to look for the towns for additional monies. So some examples that we have here. The first one that's listed there, CTI, the Career Technical Initiative, has been a program set by the state for about the past 2 or 3 years. This is adult workforce training for underemployed and unemployed folks who are looking for new careers. We've had this in place. You can see we've had 4 different rounds of it. Just last summer, we got CTI round 8. They skip numbers, they don't follow it sequentially. So that was $720,000. This allows us to do work within our shops because obviously technically it's for the night program adult students, but obviously the equipment that we purchase then can be used by our students during the day. So it's a great example of some of the things that we able to do with adult workforce training, and Commonwealth Corporation is a great assist for that. The next slide you can see is just the graduation ceremony that we have for these adult students. Great opportunity. Again, these are people who have changed their lives in terms of they may have been working as a chef and now they decided I'm going to become a welder. Their families come to the graduation ceremonies. It's fantastic. And you can see also the different types of programs we have: culinary, CNC operator, welding, property maintenance, and currently ongoing still have carpentry, electrical, HVAC, and plumbing. Last time we were here last year, we talked about an anonymous donation that we received. Great opportunity. We used some to buy some cabinet making equipment, and the other piece was the plan was to use to replace our. We still have the existing original spray booth in our, from 1960-something, in our shop. I'll be honest with you, it basically is where we wash cars, because it really doesn't work at all. We have an additional booth inside that we're able to use. But this will allow us to have 2 new bays outside the building. When we put it out to bid with the donation, we found out that it costs a lot more we thought it was going to cost to put in an auto spray booth. So we had to go seek another opportunity. So again, we went for another workforce grant, the Kenneth Donnelly grant. That gave us a $500,000 kick-in for the project. So that picture isn't the one, it's going to be like the one we're going to install. That's one down at Bay Path. But this will allow us to build the 2 new spray booths, have them there, allow us to start doing appraisal courses, adult workforce in appraising car accidents, and obviously doing the different repairs as well. Another grant, just very quickly, that we're really proud of. The state asked corporations and schools to look into training a set of the workforce that unfortunately is really underused and ignored, to be honest with you. And that's young adults, 18 to early 30s, who have disabilities. We're talking autism, folks that may be on the spectrum, social emotional issues that prevent them from typically being able to get out and be part of the workforce. So we partnered with a collaborative, CAPS Collaborative, is right over in Westminster, and the ARC, which is in Fitchburg. They're going to provide us some students, and we're going to train them in 4 different areas. You can see the areas there: culinary and hospitality, office and copy assistance, and retail customer service. We're going to give them 7 weeks of technical skill training. We'll give them a week of professional skills so they know how to work within a work environment, how to collaborate with their colleagues and everything else. Then it ends, the best part is we get 2 weeks of a paid internship, and then by working with companies like Red Apple Farm, the Colonial Hotel, Hannaford's right up in Lunenburg has offered to say, you know what, we'll be able to take these students and hire them when they go through your training. So it's a very exciting opportunity, and we were thrilled to learn that Monty Tech, and proud that Monty Tech was the only regional vocational school that got in line to be part of this program. So we're very excited. The last one just shows we do still have our individual shops going out getting grants. This was just an example of a $25,000 grant that our auto body folks got. So overall, for FY24, we've got about $1.4 million in grants so far. We still have $500,000 for our culinary program sitting out there. The big trend, as you know, in culinary is food trucks. So our plan is to try to use this money to build a Monty Tech food truck and have our students work on that food truck and develop it and everything else. Another thing we're very proud of in terms of allocation, if you've never heard of Perkins funds are federal funds used for workforce training. Every vocational program in the country gets an opportunity to access these funds. Most recently, they've been going up. We got about $298,000. And what we're really proud of, we use a big bulk of that, as you can see the next couple slides, on what's called industry recognized credentials. And these are the different skills and exams that the kids pass in order to get certified, so when they get hired, they can immediately get good, high-paying jobs. We use $102,000 to get 1,978 different IRCs, and we're just really proud of that. We also not just grants, but making sure that we're using our utilities properly. Last year, Monty Tech was identified by Mass Save. I'm assuming everybody probably has heard of Mass Save. Mass Save identified us as one of the Mass Save climate leaders, one of 14 in the state, in terms of businesses or organizations that do a good job with energy efficiency. What we're really proud of is they also acknowledge the fact that we're training our students very well in terms of how to address energy efficiency when they go out to the workforce. I'm going to go through the next 4 slides very quickly. Our MVP Academy, we're very proud. Everybody knows that there is no capacity, there's not enough capacity for students to get into vocational training. This current freshman class, we had 850 students apply for 360 positions in our current freshman class. What we ended up doing was we partnered with 3 of our districts, the ones with some of the larger wait lists, Fitchburg, Gardner, Narragansett. We leased a warehouse on Westminster Street right down the road from us in Fitchburg. Our own students are converting that into 3 programs, house carpentry, electrical, and plumbing. And students from those districts will come work in those, get trained in 2 years of workforce, junior and senior year. They'll get 900 hours, will allow them to go and get jobs afterwards. They will stay enrolled in their cities and towns, so the Chapter 70 money stays in their cities and towns. We are not using any Chapter 70 money, so there's no money coming from any of the other towns to pay for this. We got a $1.9 million grant to assist us with that, to do all the work. And as you can see on the last slide there, you can see what the shop's going to look like. The last slide, our students doing the work themselves. That's what it looked like at the beginning. The bottom left is just a good example. We had to cut our floor in order to do plumbing for our new ADA bathroom. Our students cut that floor. We did not have to hire a contractor. That and alone saved $5,000 on the project. So really excited. You'll see something about admissions there. That was just to give everybody an update to show how much we've adjusted our admissions process over the last 4 years, trying to expand access so more and more students can get full points in each of the categories. We're very committed to that. We're very pleased to see that. Co-op is our students, instead of going to shop, they go out and work in the workforce. They get hired by local companies. You can see our numbers are fantastic. Record-breaking year so far. That number in February, that 202, we're already up to about 230, 235 kids now who are now working in the workforce, making money and just doing fantastic. We do have to acknowledge we're both supposed to be college and career ready. Worcester State has stepped up. We've got some great dual enrollment programs at no cost to our students that gives them a foot in terms of the work, Worcester State, in terms of credits that they don't have to pay for, that they can get while being with us and taking some really neat classes while doing that. Last year, if you remember, I did speak about this, but we always want to take the opportunity to say, listen, what can we do to make sure that our kids are workforce and career ready? When you look at that chart, each of the shops in blue are shops that you would expect to go into college at the end. For instance, the top one, animal science. Our kids can graduate as veterinary assistants. They're going to get paid basically nothing, but they can go work if they want to go into the workforce. For them to make real money, they need to go on to at least 2 more years of college to become a veterinary technician where they're getting a good working wage. So if you look at some of those others, our health occupations, the fact that 24 of the 25 kids are going on to college, same thing. They graduate as CNAs. They can go to work, but they're not going to make a living wage there. They have to go and get further learning. Meanwhile, on that second page, the ones in orange are the trades that you typically see kids go right into the workforce. So you look at auto technology, 14 of the 16 kids went right into the workforce. You look at plumbing, all 16 of the 16 kids graduating from plumbing went right into the workforce. We just want to make sure that everybody understands this isn't, my grandfather's, type of vocational education where it was just the construction trades. We offer so many different programs that some have to go on to college and some will be on trades, and it still stays relatively balanced. Then last but not least, we always like to reach out to Heather. She always gives us a call when something's going on, and we love to do projects. If there's anything we can do, one of the fun things we got to do, we had just purchased in our HVAC program last summer heat detection devices that the kids could use to determine if the windows were working well. And guess where the first place we came to bring those? It was right here at Lunenburg Town Hall. The kids had a great opportunity to learn about energy efficiency and everything else, and we did some other work around town as well. So again, anything we can do, we'd love to be able to do. Really proud of what's happening at Monty Tech, and really proud of the business manager that I have, because she does such a great presentation. So sit back and you can hear all the great things about finances. But I don't know if there's any quick questions or anything. All right, very good.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi there.
I'm going to apologize in advance. I have a spring cold happening, so I apologize for my voice. It's terrible.
You really don't want me to step in?
Yeah. So I'm starting in the presentation that starts with the budget, and my first slide is the FY25 foundation budget. So that's really the basis for our whole budget. This is the document that really guides us. So I know you're familiar with this document. This sets the minimum spending levels for school districts. It's based on grade levels, which goes across the top, and then different categories, which goes down in the rows: administration, instructional leadership, etc. So moving across the column, you can see that all of Monty Tech students are in the vocational column, which besides special education is considered the highest education model, the most expensive. So we get more, the vocational students get more in those spending categories. So you can see we have 1,476 students. That's not the number of students that are at Monty Tech. That is our foundation enrollment. That means that's the students who live in our 18 communities who come to Monty Tech. It's the students who live in our 18 communities that school choice to another vocational school. And we also have a practical nursing program that's Chapter 74 certified, and there's a small number of students in there that get added to this number.
And that's also from October of like FY23 or something, right?
It's October 1st of 2023.
Yeah, so it's not representative of what's going on right now. But it's an attempt to normalize it.
Correct.
Okay.
The next columns, 8 through 13, are what the state calls above base. So these are duplicative counts of students, but based on the category of student, they give you a little additional spending for those pupils because it's higher. So special ed, 73. That is not our special education number. That is an assumed percentage that the state puts in there. For vocational schools, it's 4.93%, and it's 3.93%. So that's the assumed percentage.
And that's
We have-
going up to 5%, I think, that's the Student Opportunity Act
Through the
portion.
Student Opportunity Act,
That's
yes.
supposed to go up to like 5% by next year, or in
Yes.
2 years? Okay.
Yes, yep, we're in year
Year 3, I
3
think.
of the act, and it's 6, yes. And then we don't have any other students till you get to row 12, which is our ELs. That's our actual count. We have 10, so you get some additional funding there. And low income, 500. How the state determines that number is all of our students get uploaded into the state database. And then the state matches those students with their families through transitional assistance, SNAP program, the different programs that the state has. This is a change this year from the past 4 years, because Mass Health, when they did a recertification process for low-income students, they changed the calculation from 133% above federal poverty to 185% below, federal poverty level. So it took a lot of families out of the system. So what that in turn did is some schools in the state went down a low-income group. So what I mean by that is in the bottom left corner of the form, you'll see we're low-income group 6. We were low-income group 7 last year, and there's 1 through 10. The higher the percentage of students for low-income, you get more per pupil in your foundation budget. So by going down a grouping because of the change, we lost about $250,000 in our foundation budget this year. We're not alone. Some districts lost millions. So anyways, bringing that all to the end, they come up with your total foundation budget. So you can see for us, it's $29,900,307. When they divide that out by the foundation enrollment, you come up with $20,258 per pupil. That's in the bottom right corner. You'll hear me say those numbers a couple of times. Moving on to the next slide, this is a breakdown of our Chapter 70 funds. So you can see what we're getting this year, $18,318,704. Then rows 2 through 5, we just talked about our foundation budget. The next number is the required district contribution. This is what the state calculated for all 18 of our communities, the minimum, the ability to pay towards the foundation budget. That's the 11,648,232. When they do the subtraction, they come up with an aid for us of FY25 of $18,252,075. That's less than what we're currently getting in FY24. So we're considered a hold harmless district. 220 other districts in the state are also considered hold harmless this year. A couple reasons. The foundation budget that we just looked at goes up by inflation factors. For the last couple of years, we've had high inflation. For this year's inflation factor, it's down to 1.5%. So the foundation budget wasn't keeping up, and enrollment numbers aren't keeping up. So that's kind of the change. Anyways, what that means for us is they're not going to cut our Chapter 70, but they're only going to give us the minimum aid, which is $30 per pupil. So we are getting $44,280 in additional Chapter 70 aid this year, to give us a total of Chapter 70, $18,362,984. Now, moving over to the right-hand side, you can see our foundation enrollment talked about, foundation budget talked about, required distribution talked about, Chapter 70. Brings us to our required net school spending. $30,011,216. This is the required minimum spending every school district must spend, not inclusive of debt service, capital, transportation, and meals. Normally, you would hear me say that that number is the same as your foundation budget. And you can see in FY24, those two numbers are the same. They're usually interchangeable. It's not interchangeable for hold harmless districts because you're getting more Chapter 70 than what they've calculated to, and they want you to spend it all. So instead, they take the required district contribution from your communities, your Chapter 70, and that becomes your net school spending number. Now, before I get to read all the tea leaves at the end of this, you can already tell by looking at this, the burden of the increase of our $525,000 budget increase falls on the communities. As you can see, they are going, they are going up $480,000. So that's just kind of showing you where the formula is going.
Can I ask a question
Of course you can.
on foundational aid, the required district contribution? So for a public school, that's the same as the efforts, correct?
Yes.
Effectively? So how is that calculated when it's multiple districts all in together? I mean, for us, it's easy. We can take the percentage and multiply it by the total assessed value of all properties for the property effort, and then by the total, was it the income by
Yes.
its percentage, like 1 point something percentage?
Yep.
How is it calculated for a regional?
So they literally take that same individual town calculation, come up with it. So they come up with all 351 or 4, however many communities are in Massachusetts now. And then they say, Monty Tech, you get Lunenburg, Athol, Ashburnham. And they take those and add them up.
Okay,
And that's how they come up with our 18.
okay. But what about what about the district contribution number? Where do we get, how does that number get calculated?
How does it get allocated to us?
No, yes, or just how does it get calculated in general?
So the district contribution gets calculated just how you described it, based on each town's property value, wealth, and then times the municipal revenue growth factor equals your required district contribution to all your schools that
Okay.
you belong to.
Okay,
Then, and I do have a couple slides
Okay.
showing exactly that. Then what they do is they say, okay, you belong to Lunenburg Public and Monty Tech. What, we've come up with X for your required district contribution. What percentage is Monty Tech of that? How
Okay.
many kids in Lunenburg are that percentage? And they multiply that out. And
Okay.
that's how they come up with how that works.
okay, and then that's just the sum of all of those?
Sure is.
Got it.
Yep,
Okay.
100%.
Thank you.
So moving on, and now I'm on the side that says FY25 budget summary. So again, working in our 25 column, I just talked about our net school spending. Transportation, $2,516,010. That's the 30 buses that we contract on the daily to get the kids to and from school. We are this will be year 2 of our contract. It's a 4% contractual increase. And we also have our special ed costs, transportation costs built in there, which brings it up another 0.8%. You can see our above net school spending, 296,948. So we're less than a percentage point above our minimum required spending. It's around 0.9. In our capital budget and vehicles added together, you have 510,000. Compared to this year of 500,000, it's an increase of 10. And most of that 460 capital budget is for bleachers. We're replacing our athletic bleachers next year. That takes up most of it. We also have a small $25,000 transfer to stabilization fund and $10,000 to the OPEB fund. 15, to the OPEB fund. So that gives you a gross budget of $33,334,174. We talked about our Chapter 70. We briefly, and we will go further into required minimum contributions. The next piece is how we arrive towards our transportation and other operating assessment. So that 2.8 million is from above transportation and above net school spending added together. Then we subtract out the aid that we are offsetting it with. So we're offsetting it by our estimated transportation aid from the cherry sheets. We're also going to offset it with $150,000 from our regional transportation fund. So we have a revolving regional transportation fund. So what that does is if we get more monies in one fiscal year, so in this case, in fiscal '24, you can see we've budgeted $1.7 million in FY '24. We're projecting, based on the estimates we're getting now, that we're going to get more than that. Normally, the extra would roll into E&D, but instead, the school committee votes to put that extra into our revolving transportation fund. And how you have to use that is it must be used in the following fiscal year, FY '25, to reduce transportation assessments to your communities. So that's where that money's coming from. The next is our excess and deficiency account. We're proposing using $250,000 for this section to reduce the overall transportation and operating assessment to our communities of $487,958. Excuse me. The next section is our capital, just from above, again, 510, and we propose using an additional $200,000 from E&D to offset that, bringing that net assessment to $310,000, leaving total assessments $12,446,190. The next slide shows you what our certified excess and deficiency balance is, $1.3 million. So we're proposing using $450,000 from that to offset assessment. Regional school districts, by statute, can keep up to 5% of their budget in their excess and deficiency account. After using the $450,000, it'll leave us around 2.6%. So kind of half to offset, half in case of emergencies. I told you we transfer a small amount into our stabilization account each year, so our balance there is $346,570. We're building that because we try to keep our capital assessment total to our communities relatively stable every year, so we don't see big fluctuations. But we're trying to build this so that we can do those mid to medium range to higher range projects. So we know in the somewhat near future, we're going to need to do work on our main electrical gear, which, much like the spray booth, is to the beginning of the building's life as well. And projecting that's $750,000. So we're trying to get this built up so that we can use these funds to offset community assessments so we don't have those spikes. And our OPEB account, I like to say it's small, but it's there. Right? The next slide is summary by function. So this gives you a snapshot by the function codes of where we're spending this $33.3 million. So you can see the comparisons between the categories. On the next slide after that, I have a snapshot of what makes up the $800,000 increase. And it's salaries, big surprise. So FY '25 is our second year of our collective bargaining agreement. So we have a 3% COLA in there and step and column movement. And this is for all staff. So that brings about a $490,000 increase. The next component, as I told you, is transportation, which is a sizable almost $117,000. Again, year 2 of our contract, 4% increases. The third component is we have a couple of pieces built into our technology. One, our network is end of life. So we're going to be replacing cores, switches, and if you're more tech savvy than I am, which I'm not, You know it would cost more than that to replace a network. Schools get what's called E-rate funding, so we get discounted rates on some of our bills. So we're using a couple $100,000 of E-rate funds to also offset that, as well as cybersecurity protection. I don't know if you want to
Yeah,
come in
I'll just
here.
quick, so one of the things we want to make sure that we mention to each of the towns as we went around, and this is probably shared with our community and our families. Unfortunately, last fall, we were a victim of a cyber attack at Monty Tech. Thanks to the great work of our IT group, we were able to keep all our data. We didn't lose any data. We didn't have to pay any ransom or anything like that. But it was definitely a wake-up call. And with our tech director and Tammy and myself, a lot of that money is going to services to help protect our network, additional hardware to protect our network. We've instituted new practices to address the issue as well. But that's why when you'll see the technology budget number going up significantly, that's one of the main reasons for that. So we just want to make sure
What
everybody was
type of
aware.
attack was it?
It was basically a blunt force attack on our wall. It's one way of kind of describing it. But again, we had backed up everything. We did regular backups all the time, so we had all our data, so we didn't lose any of that. So.
And no personal information was?
We did have to, just to be careful, we did have to send out, so we did send out information to any affected student, faculty member, staff member, retiree, some of it involved, because we had concerns about if they had access to both business records and everything else. So we did all the requirements we did in terms of it, reaching out to individuals. You have to reach out to the state. You go on to basically a log of the state and everything else. So we've done all the work that we had from, the support we had from Maya, which is one of our insurers, was amazing, and they just did a great job.
Do those individuals that may have been affected get cyber monitoring?
Yes, we offered that as well. Yep, and employees as too. So the individual, if they wanted to take, what's the word I'm looking for? Or the company that I'm looking for that did it for us? Yes, identity protection, but who did we bring in? I'm trying to remember. The company that we have, where it
Well,
came
that's
from.
for our staff, Allstate.
Yeah, Allstate, there we go, yeah.
But we're on,
Yeah.
we did the normal notification. We have cyber liability insurance, thank goodness. So we have cyber liability insurance through Maya, which was great because right when we had the breach, we were put in contact with attorneys and with companies that do these sorts of things. So they were able to help the tech side, but then we also worked with the attorneys who helped us do all the notifications, all the setting up the accounts for the people, the 800 numbers to get yourself signed up.
The insurance you had on that was through,
Through Maya.
okay.
Well, it's offered through Maya, and they subcontract it out through a company called Tokyo Marine. If anybody out there listening, please get cyber liability insurance.
I have a
It's
question
key,
for the town
important.
manager for that. We do?
Yes.
All right,
Does the
fantastic.
schools has it? Do you know if the schools has it?
It's part of our.
Insurance package.
Right, since it's all under the same account. Okay.
Yeah, lesson learned. Okay, all right, I'll keep moving on. So now I'm going to move on to the slide that's contributions by member city or town. So you can see here, this is a breakdown of our foundation enrollment for all our communities and the required minimums snapshot. So you can see for Lunenburg, foundation enrollment went from 97 to 99, which is an increase of 2 students. And the required minimum went from 1,127,113 to 1,172,061, or an increase of 44,948. The next couple of slides break that down, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. So I know you understand these slides. This is how the state determines a community's ability to pay. And again, we mentioned it's based on property valuation. So that's 1 through 3, property values. The uniform property percentage, that's a standard percentage across the state. So you can see Lunenburg, what the state calculates for your effort from wealth, property wealth, 7,239,905. 4 through 6 is the income of the citizens of the town. times the percentage, which again, equal across the state, same. So you can see Lunenburg's effort from income, 8,240,191. So they combine 3 plus 6 to get the combined effort yield. So that is 15,480,095. Row 8, FY25 foundation budget of 23 million. That's the foundation budgets of Lunenburg and Monty Tech that Lunenburg represents. Then what they do is they multiply that by 82.5% to come up with a number. What that's for is because even the wealthiest and richest of communities in the state at least get a minimum of 17.5% state aid, Chapter 70. So that's why they put that formula in. So then what they do is they compare the two numbers and they take the lesser. So in this instance, it's the lesser for Lunenburg is the 15,480,095. Then we move over to rows 13 through 16. So they say, what is Lunenburg's required contribution this year? 13,038,099. Then the Department of Revenue calculates the municipal revenue growth factor. That number's different for every community. And again, deals with new growth, potentials to Prop 2.5, levy limits, a slew of kind of numbers that go into that calculation. They multiply that, and they come up with row 15, Lunenburg's preliminary contribution, 13,507,471. Now we come down to row 21. They say, how does that number compare to line 10? What we just said Lunenburg, quote unquote, can afford to pay. Well, it's less. It's less by just shy of 2 million, or 8.37%. So when you look at row 23, it says if the shortfall is greater than 7.5%, which it is, we're going to add 2% to your increment. So they took line 13 and they multiplied that by 2%, and they come up with this additional bump of 260,762. And that is what they're adding to row 15. What they've already calculated should be your required minimum this year. That brings you to your new required minimum of 13,768,233. The next slide shows you how that gets broken down between Lunenburg and Monty Tech. So rows 5 through 9 would pertain to FY25. So row 5, they brought over the number from the previous slide. Row 6, they take the foundation enrollment for each of your schools. So at Monty Tech, you have 99. What is your portion of Monty Tech's budget? Well, they take 99 and they multiply it by the first number I showed you on the very first slide of our foundation budget per pupil, $20,258. And that's how they get that $2 million figure. And they do the same for Lunenburg as well, based on their numbers. So then they say, what percentage of the whole does that make Monty Tech? And that makes us 8.51% of your whole. So they multiply your preliminary contribution, 13,768,233, times 8.51%, and that's how they come up with the required minimum for Monty Tech, 1,172,061. Same thing held true for the calculation for Lunenburg. That's how they do it for all 18. They go through this process, and then they flag which ones belong to each district.
Okay.
So you can see that's how they come up with the total required minimum. The next slide gives you a snapshot of what your assessment's made up and how it's changed over the last 2 years. So you can see in 25, foundation enrollment. Again, we just saw that number, required minimum. We just saw how that was calculated by the state. Lunenburg's portion of our transportation and operating assessment is $32,729. Lunenburg's portion of our capital assessment, $20,856, giving a proposed assessment for Lunenburg of $1,225,646. And you can see what that works out per pupil. So you can see the entire increase is really driven by the required minimum through the enrollment change and the wealth factor calculations. The next slide, called Community Assessments, is a breakdown of how this works for all our communities. A couple of numbers for you that I didn't show you previously on this slide is if we go to Lunenburg, foundation enrollment, 99. We've seen that. But the next number, 6.71%. That's your percentage of our operating budget. So that is what 99 is to 1476. That's how your operating assessment is calculated. The next number, 1679, that's the school attending children number. So those are all the students who live in Lunenburg who are eligible to attend grades 1 through 12. And the superintendent's office gives me those numbers. So we have 1679 there, and then the 6.73% represents what the 1679 is to our total school attending children of 24,956. So Lunenburg is 6.73%. That number is important for two reasons. It's your capital assessment percentage, as well as your freshman quota percentage. So the school committee at its meeting in April voted a freshman class quota of 355 students. So Lunenburg will get 6.73% of that class as your freshman quota, and that's how that's calculated. My last slide, how I'd like to end, is a snapshot of per pupil spending by vocational schools, because that's our most comparative districts. The latest numbers that the state has out is FY21. So I'd just like to show you where we are comparatively speaking to the vocational schools in the state. You can see we're pretty much kind of right in the middle of spending. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Open up to the committee.
Extremely interested in the earlier presentation talked about multiple grants
Yes.
that you have been able to pull in to help fund different things in the district. My question is, do you have a dedicated staff member that is a grant procurement person?
Yes, we have a development coordinator, who that's one of her primary positions. She does, staff development, some other things, but she is our grant writer. And what she'll do is she will meet with each of the individual instructors for whichever program we're writing a grant for. They'll put their feedback or input in, and then they send off the grant application.
Okay, so she's assisting those other staff members? Or
I would
she's
say it's the other
actually-
way around. She's writing it, being assisted by the other staff members.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. We're in the process of instituting something here in our budget for 2025.
Absolutely.
I would highly recommend.
Absolutely.
It more than pays for itself
Yep.
in return, and we would not be able to keep our budget so close to the required net school spending and do everything we do without those grants, so.
The other thing I would say, again, highly recommending you do that, is the connections that the grant writers make in terms of when you put in a grant, they get to know the exact person at the state level to call to say, where's our grant? How's it doing? That kind of thing. And those relationships, those connections become a huge element in the whole thing.
It looks like our initial step is going to be to fund grant consulting rather than bring a person on
It's a good
board.
start.
But
It's a
Yeah.
good start.
it's a start.
Yep,
That's my
fantastic.
feeling
Great-
exactly.
Great decision.
Yeah, excellent.
Thank you.
Other questions?
No.
So I'm still a little bit fuzzy on the net school spending. because our school district is right around 100% as well. But as far as I'm understanding, the state is primarily spending like the average is like 126%. Could you kind of explain a little bit more, just for my own sort of understanding, as to how that works and how that affects kind of everything else?
So when you talk about net school spending, yes, each school gets a different net school spending number. As I started my presentation off, normally the foundation budget that they've set for each school is your net school spending requirement. It's different for hold harmless districts. So the state is they're very, I don't want to say aggressive, that's not the right word. It's part of the law that you must spend at least your required net school spending. Many districts find the reason for the Student Opportunity Act that helps some is that the foundation budget is not enough. It hasn't, before this, kept up with health insurance benefits. It hasn't kept up with special education costs. So school districts that are spending well above their net school spending requirement are for those reasons. It's not keeping up with it. Like I said, we're fortunate that we get grants, or we might be looking at being percentage points above net school spending too. Our school committee recognizes, the financial times we are in and make sure that we keep our spending as close to that 100% as possible. But in some districts, they would have to have significant cuts just to be at 100%.
So it's ideal to sit right around 100% then, correct? Would you say that, or is it sort of district to district specific?
District to district.
Okay.
Some districts are at 140%, right? Some are 99.9%, right?
Okay.
So it's, it's kind of a balancing act of what your town can support and what services you prioritize too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're at 100% of the net school spending, that's all you're doing, is you're hitting the exact number
Hitting the
that the state is saying this is what you should spend.
If you go below 95% of spending, net school spending, if you go below it, period, the state, as I like to say, sends you a Dear Tom letter, and then Tammy gets in trouble from that letter, because they're like, so what they do then is they say, you spent $100 less than net school spending this year. You need to make it, they add it to your net school spending next year. So you keep going into deficit. If you go below 95%, they make you spend that, and they don't give you any Chapter 70 increases. They say, your towns and you figure it out.
Okay.
So that's what I meant when I said the state is very serious about, they don't want you going below.
Okay. Is there any indication that they want you going above?
They'd like you to be above. They've never said, well, we want you to be at 103, 110. They want you to at least be at 100, but providing the services that you need to as well.
Okay, and the Student Opportunity Act is an attempt to bring that kind of back up to an
It is, and really what the
Is the key.
right.
attempt, because really it's beneficial for urban
Right.
districts. The SOA is not that beneficial for suburban and smaller districts because we're not seeing the increases.
Right.
You can see in Lunenburg itself, Monty Tech, we're not seeing sizable increases from this. But if you look at the Springfields, the Chicopee, urban settings, you'll see high increases because of the Student Opportunity Act. And I think they will tell you that was kind of the purpose behind it, was to bring kind of underserved or underfunded districts up to where they should be.
Okay.
I did have
I was going to say, you have to have a follow-up to that one.
well, not necessarily, but
Okay.
I have opinions on that one.
That's fair.
If a town were to pass a 2.5 override for schools, would that end up making our assessment into Monty Tech higher than next year?
No, no, we're not affected by your,
You just went through a whole bunch of math, though, that is like it's totally convoluted. And I thought you, at one point, mentioned something about 2.5%.
the 2.5 just gets factored, the state, on the state spreadsheet for how they do your municipal revenue growth factor. That comes into play in that number
Yeah.
by the Department of Revenue. Could it affect what the Department of Revenue calculates your municipal revenue growth factor? You know, I would refer maybe not to. You know, again, I don't know the formula. I don't know what Department of Revenue.
You're the only
does
one
for
that I know that knows the formula.
Yeah.
And how it really works, besides that lady that comes in.
You should watch, so I learned all of this today. That's the only reason why I know all this. The MMA's did a whole thing on it today, on the Chapter 70 thing, and it was fantastic.
I bet.
And that's where I got my chart. I literally took screenshots of
Perfect.
it. And I didn't get into the municipal revenue growth factor specifically, but the rest of it, I think we're screwed coming up in the next few years, especially with the reassessment. I mean, there's no way we're going to be anything other than held harmless for the next foreseeable future at this
Yes.
point. And if our new growth numbers are higher, which they were substantially higher this year, our municipal revenue growth factor is only going to increase as well. And then we're going to be really held harmless.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. At 9 o'clock at night, so much calculations left, so.
Only 20 of.
But yeah, sounds like a great presentation.
It was.
Because you did get a lot out of it.
I was
Yeah,
impressed.
excellent.
He flew through it in 45 minutes, all of Chapter 70 done.
Nice.
One other quick one that popped in. The school committee, is it one person per district? Per, of the eight?
One per for our towns. Gardner, and this is by the regional agreement, Gardner has 2. Fitchburg has 4.
Okay.
And that was how it was established in the regional agreement because of enrollments,
How long ago was that established?
1960,
50-plus years.
Is it
1967.
time to relook at the numbers? Is that even doable?
It's doable.
I'm just-
Everything's doable.
Because
Well,
I'm
they
sure
have the lowest student cost.
Well,
That's because of their Chapter 78.
yes,
I know, but then they get 6 votes versus,
yeah. And they have the reason they got higher votes set up back in the day was because they have the highest enrollment. They might have a lower cost because their community wealth factor is considered lower.
I think
Like-
your seats, your votes should be based upon your contributions in dollars.
Oh, by the wealth model, by the
I'm just
per
saying,
pupil?
if we're paying 10% of the total non-70, we should get 10% of the votes.
And you'd actually be mid on the list, because we have Harvard, Holden, Sterling, Princeton, actually pay 14,000 per pupil, 15, 17,
They
18.
would probably vote similar, though.
Right, similar communities.
Yeah.
Very similar.
Okay.
Yep.
But I think at the same
For what it's
time,
worth, we haven't had a Harvard rep sitting for
Yeah.
a year and a half now or so.
Yeah.
Can
Doesn't
Lunenburg
he-
take a seat?
but at the same time, I mean, just to say because Lunenburg is considered more affluent by Chapter 70 doesn't mean that we should take away the voice of towns that are considered less affluent and therefore get additional Chapter 70 funding. It's not a simple, I don't think it's a simple question of if you buying yourself more votes effectively.
I think it's easy to say, if I don't pay much per student, why not go buy all this extra capital? And why not make these decisions? Because they'll pay for it.
Well,
We're not going
actually-
to change it tonight, but you answered my question.
Actually, for capital is outside of the net school spending factor. So our capital budget, actually, assessment is actually paid by the Fitchburgs and the Winchendons and Gardners, because they have more students, so their percentage of capital assessment is higher. Where the Chapter 70 Wealth model comes in is our net school spending. Anything outside of that, 30 million, is based on your enrollment.
So you mentioned the COLA increases, obviously.
Yes.
Is there a contract negotiation coming up anytime soon?
No, thank you.
Okay.
We're just finishing year one of the 30 years.
Yes, and
Okay.
we have a 3-year, yes.
So when that does come around again, do you set up a salary reserve account ahead of that, I assume? Or do you just take it out of your E&D account?
So we've been fortunate that we've, knocking on wood, settled contract negotiations well before the following budget processes even happen.
Wow.
That's
Yes.
great.
Who are your
Don't have to have-
negotiators?
Don't have to plug a number in that you think you're going to spend.
Right, we've had like once where that happened. Yeah, we have a great
Are your negotiators for hire?
team, right? We run the circuit, right? Yeah, we're very fortunate. This year, we have it's a 4%. This coming year, it's 3, and then it's 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that the only collective bargaining group that you guys have to work
We
with?
also have custodians.
Okay.
And they're the same.
Works the same way.
We actually gave everybody the same COLAs as the
Okay.
teachers, so.
Okay.
Going into this budget process, did you have, or as you got into, say, the first quarter or first half of the budget process, did you have a couple of outliers on what I'll call catastrophic increases that you hadn't been banking on, that you had to figure out how to budget for?
Yes, yes, technology. When we first put the first iteration of the budget together, we had $2 million to cut out from budget requests and needs requests. So we had to sit down, especially with technology, because, you know, we were making some changes there. So we really had to sit down and have hard conversations. No, the school committee wants us to stay close to our net school spending. So we had to have that hard decision. Yeah.
So we sat with our vocational director, who sat with the shop instructors, and in many cases, we said, piece of equipment X, it was going to be a nice addition, but sorry, not this year. We're going to have to wait another year. So we had to cut those budgets.
Okay, so your energy budgets and obviously your transportation's tied in for one more year, but there were no other major outliers that came into the budget process unexpectedly high?
No, we were fortunate in terms of utilities. We have solar energy as well, which has been a very nice help to our energy conservation. But I was contracted out, you know, we go to bid for utilities 3 to 5 years ahead of time. So we were currently in a year where our utility rates were locked in. So we weren't looking at the market fluctuations. We still have another year. So I'll be starting again with our consultants to do our upcoming utilities a couple years out. So we're fortunate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So for your transportation,
Yes.
how is that actually broken out in terms of a contract? Because you have a relatively close to the number of total students that we have, but you're spread out across 18 towns.
Yes.
And your transportation cost is about 1.5 times what ours is, which doesn't seem terrible, given that you're spread out across 18 towns.
Yes. We bid by route.
Okay.
So we have 3 bus companies. We used to have 4.
Okay.
So it actually helps, in our case, promote competition. So we bid it by routes. We put packages together by communities, and then the bus companies bid on what routes best fit them. So they give us the better price. You know, I'm seeing some of my colleagues out there now doing transportation bids. Because again, this is a relatively new bid for us. We're only in year 1. So it was a significant increase to go from we just ended 5 years because I took the additional 2 years. And then when you go into a new first-year bid, which is this year, you know, we had an increase of double digits, 11, 12%. And that's what we're seeing as standard, because it's hard to get bus drivers. Prevailing wage for a bus driver is like $27 an hour. So it's up there. So, yeah, you know, being in the first year, like I said, it was a significant up just to get here, so.
But you're actually finding that you're receiving more than just a D bid, effectively?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have McCarthy, AA Transportation, and D.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, and that's one of our challenges is that, and I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but we get one bid.
You would not be alone. Most of the districts in the Commonwealth only get one, maybe 2 bids. That's a big complaint I see on my listserv of other business managers. So you're not alone. It's hard going out there.
Lack of competition has never been good.
Yes.
There's just not a lot of companies
Yes.
in general.
Yep.
Your busing, your requirements that you put on the buses, are they different than what we might be?
So we must pick you up within a mile of your house. And if you live within a mile and a half of school, we don't have to pick you up, but we pick you up mostly because you're on the way. But all of our bus stops have to be within a mile of the home.
Yeah, because, okay, so you just, yeah. Because I think we drop off at every home, like you make 6 stops if 6 kids live next to each other.
Yeah, you probably do if you have younger riders, because we only have high school riders, so we try to pick up at the safest spot. I mean, we have several spots, but in some cases, they have a little bit of a walk.
Yeah, the middle high school, they have more centralized ones,
Yeah.
but they still stop at my house, even though my house isn't a stop. It's supposed to be at the corner. But it seems to be the bus drivers just kind of, I'm sure our bus contract is worth $100,000. Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Dave.
I always come back to a number of years ago when the Lunenburg's bus contractors was up for renewal, and 2 or 3 local people, well-known to town, got together and they mapped out the town, drove all the routes. I used to do that actually with my dad back in the 60s to verify the routes and everything.
Yep.
And they came into the town with a proposal that would just blew away all the other companies with 3 less buses. And
Wow.
initially, this was a few years ago, so the rules were different.
Yes.
But, you know, and everybody said, there's no way you can do that. But they had done their homework, presented it, and they got the contract.
That's great.
You know, and that's why I say, you know, lack of competition is what's really killing a lot of us, a lot of these towns,
It's
including
tough.
us, trying to get a good deal on transportation.
Even these bus companies are having a hard time getting drivers. You'll see those want ads everywhere. It's, I don't know, I think since COVID, it's really been a tough industry to kind of regenerate. Yeah.
Final questions? Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you guys. Thank you so much for your time.
And I think we should change the time of year that you do your presentation, because I believe it's definitely the 2nd time, if not the 3rd time, that you've had your spring, whatever you want to call
Is
it.
this when I get a spring cold every year? All right,
Exactly.
we're changing it.
They figured it out, Tammy.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is there any public comment from the non-existent public? Seeing none. Next presentation.
Right. The last of the evening. Right.
Good to go.
Okay. So I'm going to cover the general government categories, health and sanitation, veterans, unclassified, and debt. And for the general government budgets, it will include 9 of the 11 budgets. You've already heard from IT, and land use is not included in this presentation. For the Selectmen's Administration, the two increases reflect additional advertising for open positions as we try to fill vacancies, and an increase in the meeting training line that reflects actual expenditures. And for the salaries, the assistant town manager salary and the executive assistant salary will be dependent on the fiscal '25 impact in the salary administration plan. And that will be an article at annual town meeting. And you'll hear that repeated through a number of these budgets.
So, just out of curiosity, how does that exactly work? Because if we're going to town meeting with this as our balanced budget that we then approve, and then we approve an SAP increase,
That will have to come out of
the salary reserve.
salary reserve
Okay.
or another category.
Okay. Do
right.
we have the capacity to, now that we have the numbers from, or do we actually have? the
I don't
SAP?
have final numbers, so I'm reserving, yeah.
But in theory, we should have the reserves available to absorb that, unless it's
I'm
something.
gonna have to find a way.
Okay.
Now, that's, the withdrawal from salary reserve has to be approved at town meeting, correct?
That's through the article to fund
Right.
the
First year.
increases.
Yeah.
It will be for fiscal '24 and fiscal '25. That's what the salary, the personnel committee is bringing forth for their article for adjustments. So they did a COLA for
Oh, that's
fiscal
right. This is an
'24.
adjustment article.
But they said they were going to be coming to a future town meeting to look at any market adjustments to positions.
And will that be retroactive for the entirety of FY '24?
Correct, yes. It's based on a retroactive. And the fiscal '24 would be coming out of the salary reserve or any other available funds that
Okay.
are available at that time. For the town manager budget, it is pretty much level funded with a $200 increase in the cost of dues and membership line for associations. Finance Committee, that reflects a $500 increase for conferences, which includes MMA conference costs as well.
For Dave's Hotels.
This is, we've tried to increase, it seems like more and more people want to participate and go to those, so, which is great. It's a great learning experience and good training,
I would love it if everyone could go. It's well worth it.
yes.
When do we have to supplement that line item? Will that be June or before, for this year's?
For this year's, I haven't seen where that line item is at, so.
Okay, I guess the question is, when are we going to make the transfer? But anyway, yes, we'll wait to hear from you.
For the town accountant budget, the increases in that budget are a $100 increase in postage costs, $50 increase to reflect actual costs for contracted services, and an additional $1,000 in meetings line for additional training for new staff. The town accountant salary line is contractual, and the clerical staff line for the assistant town accountant includes contractual costs that were in the clerical collective bargaining agreement, and the payroll benefits coordinator salary is dependent on the salary administration plan and town meeting vote.
Which positions are in town accountant clerical?
The assistant town accountant and the payroll and benefits coordinator position, risk management.
Have those changed over or turned over? Are those turned over positions or are they the same?
One of them is, the
Okay.
assistant town accountant is new.
It came in at a lower grade.
Correct.
Okay. So it's a terrible contract if you, if they have to take a pay cut and you're whatever.
For the annual town audit, this budget is level funded for fiscal '25.
Which GASB 45 valuation, what is that?
That is the government audit standards board, I believe. It's one of the required audits that we have to do. I believe it has to do with reviewing federal monies that we receive, and it's a mandatory part of our audit. It's a year I don't have Karen behind me. For the legal budget, this budget is level funded for fiscal '25 as well.
Is that contracted for, like, is there a number of years that that's contracted for?
Yes.
When does that end?
Sometimes we have occasional rate increases with our existing, we have two councils, a labor council and a town council. And so that occasionally changes. We haven't received any notice of any change for fiscal '25.
Okay, but it's year to year, it's not,
Yes, and we have our town councils on retainer.
Right.
So that's pretty consistent. Labor council is as needed. And we will be negotiating one contract next year.
okay.
For the assessor's budget, as part of corrective action for the assessor's department, the Board of Assessors and I concur that an additional position is needed in that office. And this would be for a data collection position / clerk. This would start off as a 19-hour per week position, and this person would assist with data collection, including assisting the principal assessor to inspect buildings under construction, record status changes in order to update assessment records, inspect real estate to observe, measure, and record characteristics of property, do photographs, that type of thing in the field, and computing that into the CAMA system as well. So this is all a really valuable resource that I think is needed in that office. As we saw this last year, data is an extremely important component of assessment.
Need one more second. 24, 25 target. The principal assessor line item, what's driving us going from 88 and 24 to 110 and 25?
So that is a contractual position. We hired a new principal assessor. Actually, she starts Monday.
Okay, so we hired in new at a substantially increased number.
Correct. The salary was up, went down, now it's back up.
What about the requested contractual services? That decrease from 64 to 48?
That has to do with being our reval year this year. Our costs are a little higher in a reval year than cyclical inspection years.
But it's level funded though for what's actually coming out.
You're looking at the requested amount.
Correct, so I'm just curious, like, was the requested from
From the Board of Assessors.
because they were preparing for the reeval year and then they
So
forgot?
I'm sorry, I answered that incorrectly. So the 64,000 was what they requested above and beyond the target. And for additional third-party contractual sources beyond what we would contract out for. So we included in the preliminary budget is our contract with our personal property vendor, our contract, an estimated amount for cyclical inspections for hiring a third party, and there's other things like we use certain resources like near maps, all those contractual costs. So they were requesting just more funding.
Okay.
towards that.
At town meeting, we're going with the ones with the oranges in them that
Yes.
come in preliminary.
Well, currently.
Correct. So with other increases, so update maps, that's just an increase from that company that we use for producing our maps, which we're required to do every year. And that database that's on the website for those cards. The other increases include mileage reimbursement, dues memberships, and meetings. So these are all related to, staff going out more in the field for mileage costs, our dues membership making sure that our new incoming staff is trained appropriately and going to their required, keeping their certifications up and such.
On the postage, if I could very briefly, U.S. Postal Service just implemented an increase, and we're level funded. Are we going to be okay on that line item?
I think so, based on what's been spent this past year.
Okay, thank you.
Just buy forever stamps in bulk right now.
Okay. For the Treasurer's Administration budget, this is level funded and includes contractual salary increases for the Assistant Treasurer, who's covered under the clerical bargaining agreement, and the treasurer salary portion of the treasurer collector, because it's a combined position, will be dependent on the salary administration plan and that article at town meeting. Same thing for the tax collectors portion of the budget. The assistant collector is covered under the clerical bargaining agreement, so that's a contractual amount, and the collector's portion of the salary will be affected by the salary administration plan article.
Are the clerical salaries for the tax collector and the assistant?
That's the assistant collector.
Right, is that the same person as the assistant treasurer as well?
No,
Okay, so only the treasurer and the tax collector are the same position, or the same person?
correct.
Okay.
Mylene Mallory.
Right, okay.
For the town clerk's administration, the changes to this budget are all based on historical spending, both increases and decreases, or reflect estimated cost increases for the general code updates. Those are for the bylaw and regulation changes that are both, we receive, certain departments have the code book, but we also have the online general code that anyone can access online. So that's the company that does those updates.
I know it's going to jump in probably in the next slide or so, but can you explain why the town clerk salary is separated out of this?
It's all based on how that budget, the line items fall. Yeah, it's always been historically like that. Yeah, I can include it in the same fund.
As good an
Yeah.
answer as any, because we've always done it that way. Okay, thank you.
I just followed the format of,
Yep.
the line item detailed budget. And the assistant town clerk is also covered by the clerical bargaining agreement, so that's a contractual cost there. For the town clerk elections portion of the budget, the increases are for printing, postage, office supplies, and cost of lunches for the election workers, and that's all based on historical spending. For the census, registration and census budget, it reflects that all the categories are being level funded with the exception of an increase in postage cost. And this is based on historical spending within that budget line. And this also includes the town clerk's salary. And that includes 2.5% increase.
Is that where like vote by mail would come into play?
For that postage, that would have to be a question I'd ask the town clerk.
Sorry.
I know at some point in the past, we were being refunded by the state for some mandatory mailing that when they changed the law, but I don't know if they're still doing those refunds. This next slide is about grant writing services, a new addition to under the general government budget. And this is an additional $50,000 for this, for hiring, outsourcing. It can be any number of firms that we would be able to utilize under this line item, depending on the need and type of grant that would be covered.
Would you just set a purchase order to them for that service, or would you have a list of qualified vendors, or how would you work that?
I think depending on what the grant, that whomever is submitting the request that needs grant services for, we would look at who kind of specializes in that type of grant writing first.
So you would envision doing some kind of survey and having a list of preferred vendors?
Yes. Yeah. There's a few that I know of. Capital Strategic Solutions does grant writing. There's a company, I think it's Lexipol. They do public safety only. There was one other one. Thompson Grants is another one.
And then would one of them be able to like just go out and like survey where we should be looking versus the writing of them themselves?
That's something I think we could use this service or this appropriation for as well, yes. And particularly, I think Dave brought up earlier with all the ARPA funding that's coming in through the state that will be available to towns through different programs is how to approach, those grants.
Okay.
Will that be, trying to think how to put this, I've been working on it for 2 or 3 minutes. Will it come under the procurement laws when we're contracting out these services? In other words, the dollar amount limits as with all other procuring?
For the grant writing?
For a grant, if we're going for a contract with a vendor for grant writing services, is that going to be the same as for everything else that we?
For procurement, yes, I don't think there's an exemption for grant
Yeah,
writing. I would have to.
So
yeah.
5,000 or 10,000?
10,000 is best business practice.
The threshold's 10,000?
10,000 where you don't have to solicit. It's
Right, okay, thank you.
Do we have good historicals on how much grants we get in year by year,
not
consolidated?
Not consolidated. I mean, that would take a lot of research too, because those grants are set up in our accounting system, and there might be coded differently. So that's something we'd have to work with the accounting department. We have in the past kind of tried to include, which departments are receiving grants every year and kind of aggregate that to the benefit, that's offsetting taxpayer dollars.
Okay, so there's no system we have that could just,
Other than Munis and
Data.
looking at whether, those are coded
okay.
differently.
If it turns out that it is coded separately, then it wouldn't be that difficult to pull a report.
Correct.
Okay.
Because it'd be good to understand how we doing. Are we actually making a good improvement on this, and should we invest more in it or
Right. and I-
stop over if it's not paying?
And this would be to supplement, I don't foresee departments that are continually applying for the same grants every year, like the police department, the fire department. That would continue on. So this is to apply for additional grants.
Okay.
That departments, it's outside their capability, not capability, but capacity and time.
I think
Apply
when
for.
Tiffany and I were
And certain
putting-
departments.
I'm sorry. When Tiffany and I were putting the letter together to the select board, that was one of the things that we wanted to make clear, that we weren't looking to discount the fact that we have a lot of volunteers and paid employees that have been bringing, thousands of dollars in grant money on their own. This is just to try to enhance that process, especially on bigger projects and more sophisticated projects.
Right. Some of these very time-intensive to apply for. For the health and sanitation budget, just to recap what that covers, outside of the Board of Health budget, the town is part of a regional health district with a number of other Neshoba Valley towns. Neshoba associated boards of health include food inspections, recreational inspections, housing inspections, Title V related work, private well permits, rabies clinics, nursing visits, home health aid visits, rehabilitative therapy visits, and communicable disease investigations. For the health and sanitation budget, the increases that you see in their budget are related to the Neshoba Associated Boards of Health assessment. It's a 10% increase, and similar to last year, this is a reflection of inflation throughout the economy and their ability to retain and keep staff, and reflecting fair compensation and benefits for those staff. The salary of the Board of Health Administrative Assistant reflects the contractual increases in the clerical bargaining agreement. For the Veterans Administration and Benefits budget line, that is level funded. Right now, that budget supports between 5 and 10 financial aid assistance to veterans, widows, and their families each month. That number has fluctuated this year. We've had some veterans fall off, either through passing away or not qualifying or moving out of town. For the unclassified and health insurance category, the health insurance renewal estimate used in the target budget was a 10% rate increase for active employees, 6% for retirees, and the preliminary budget reflects our actual renewal rate, which is a 5.7% increase for active employees and a 6% rate increase for retirees. 42% of our health insurance budget is for active town employees, 13% is for retiree health insurance for town employees, and 45% is retiree health insurance for school retirees.
Do we offer money if they don't take insurance?
Yes, we did a opt-out program that started last year, and that was extended through the end of next year when it's part of a negotiation we do with the PEC group, which is our Public Employee Committee group, which constituted of a member from each union,
Okay.
including school and retiree group.
Did we see any net results because of that?
Very minimal. I think there were a few that took advantage of the program at the school.
And I don't know a lot about the type of health insurance you offer, but have you looked at other health insurance, like high deductibles and health saving accounts? And
A couple years ago, we incorporated a higher deductible into our insurance to kind of offset costs. All of that has to be negotiated with the PEC.
do you have health saving accounts type programs?
That's voluntary, yes.
Okay.
Is there a reason we only have the school retirees on this list and not, or is the town covering the school retirees' health
In this
insurance?
budget line, yes. So the school budget only covers active school employees.
Is there a reason why?
It's been, yeah, this way. We could, could move it over to the school side of the budget.
Or the other way around? Bring the school side of the,
Take it,
it all comes out of the same
yeah.
till.
Don't get,
I think that would affect, I'm not sure the calculation for the foundation budget.
Foundation budget.
Okay.
I mean, to me, if it's just an accounting thing, it would probably be better to put the retirees with the schools so that you get a good assessment of the actual percentage that is schools. But it is what it is, maybe.
Yeah, the question has come up in the past, and I vaguely remember there was a logical or semi-logical reason why, but I do not remember what the explanation was. It may have been Karen Brochu, actually, that gave an explanation that made a little bit of sense.
Can we call her?
We used to have just one line item, and it wasn't separated out like we do now. It's easier to track this way.
And the only thing I think it would affect is when people start going, well, oh, what do you pay per student? And because we have this out of the school budget, it would be less per student. It doesn't really affect the students, it just, the number is different. So that, it would just be a perception more than anything else. But I don't know if other towns and districts have it in their budget, then we probably should have it in our budget, just so that we can compare each other. If most other districts do it this way, where the town takes the retirees, then that's fine too. It's a question of
That-
just comparison.
I can follow up on how that would impact.
My biggest concern would be if it were captured in the school budget, would it be a negative or a positive, as you said, with a state calculation or something like that? And that may be why it's here.
I don't think it's included in the state calculation, though, to my knowledge.
I know it's reported on the end of year report that goes to DESI, because there's other costs that aren't in the school bottom line,
Right.
such as accounting, payroll. The Worcester County retirement portion of that is school, the insurance, anything that's property and liability. But that's a question I can look into.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. It would be nice to have it on a single budget, single line.
So the active portion is approximately 1.3 million, and the school retirees account for 1.4 million, and town retirees account for 420,000. Our health insurance renewal rates over the years have fluctuated, as have our costs within the active and retiree insurance line items due to changes in enrollment and prospective retirees. Our rate renewal for active insurance, like I said, will be 5.7 for fiscal '25. Fiscal '24 was 6.2%. Fiscal '23 was 5.56% increase. Fiscal '22 was a decrease of 0.03. Fiscal '21 was a 0.66 rate increase. Fiscal '20 was a decrease of 2.45%. Fiscal '19 was 6.82%, and fiscal '18 was 5.63. So we see it's has fluctuated over the years. Part of the reason during the pandemic was obviously people weren't going to hospitals and not getting the services, and then they saw that spike after when everyone started getting procedures. And but during that time, we received the holiday premiums that resulted in about 369,000 in savings. That was put into the health insurance stabilization fund. And we drew on that last year. 271,000 was taken from that stabilization account to supplement health insurance cost, and we'll be using the remainder of that this year for this year's budget.
What, if we were to look at it as a sort of percentage of the total, I'm not sure exactly which number, what percentage of, but the health insurance increases as a dollar amount compared to just like a 2.5% increase in revenue. On average, is that trending higher? In other words, are our health insurance increases outpacing our ability to levy? Are our health insurance on average eating up our levy increases? Not our new growth increases, not our debt exclusion, just strictly.
I think you'd have to look at total dollar changes.
Right, because those
each
percentages
year
and these numbers are,
compared versus percentages.
right.
Would that be a calculation of what percentage our insurance costs are of the entire omnibus budget and then calculate it from there?
No, I think it would be more of a, so, for example, between FY '24, call it 2.95, and preliminary at 3.13, so that's an increase of, what, I can't do math, it's 10 o'clock. But it's, you know, and if our increase in our levy increased by, I know we're at 32.5 million, but I don't remember what last year's levy was. I should know that, 2.5% less than that, I assume. So we're not exactly,
Minus new growth.
we're not exactly, I guess, I'm just curious as to how much of that, of our 2.5% increase every year is health insurance eating up? On average, not this year versus last year, but just over the last, through the pandemic and whatnot, what's the rate of increase overall?
Well, health insurance is $6.3 million on how much?
On 50 million?
50 million. So it's 12% of our budget. So if it goes up 6%.
Yeah, you could look at that year over year, what percent of the total budget.
And the town's been lucky this year with 5.7 for active health insurance. I just talked to somebody in Fitchburg, theirs was much higher, much higher than,
Yes,
more than double what
When
ours was.
we had our meeting with our health insurance broker and our rep, we were the only community that didn't have a double-digit increase.
Are they just holding off till next year, or?
Well, the problem.
Part of it has to do with our loss ratios, and Maya, through the health trust, they pull out the really large claims, so that's a big benefit as well, being part of that.
I had one question. The town retiree actually went down, even though it went up. Is that just because there's fewer people?
Enrollment,
Yeah.
that's driven by enrollment numbers.
So I guess doing it off of the total omnibus budget doesn't take into account just the 2.5% increase. That incorporates all of our other revenue increases as well, new growth. So I would like to see it based just on our 2.5% increases, because I think that's more of a granular idea as to, is it trending at the same rate? Because our new growth is going to fluctuate. Our debt exclusions are going to increase and decrease over time. But we know that our levy is going to be, we know it's going to be 2.5% of next year's 32.5 million, and then 2.5% after that. So what percentage of that chunk is health insurance eating up over year?
So like if it's 30% of all new revenue is eaten up by health insurance increases, that would be what you're looking for, that kind of number, yeah.
It sounds
sense.
unsustainable.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that, and it's not Lunenburg, but it's not just towns, it's every business. This is between health insurance and salaries. Those are the two things that are driving up the costs of everything. And health insurance has been, since the 90s probably. It's, every year it's 10, 15, 20, 25, and some years it's been less the last few years, but it started to pick up again. So it seems to be a nationwide problem, but I think it would be good to see. And I think I mentioned at the last meeting, I myself would like to know more about exactly what our policies are with our employees, because, I see the numbers, but what are they? What do they actually get? And is there a way to, it sounds like we looked at it a couple of years ago to see, are there ways to, with bigger deductibles or health savings accounts and so on and so forth. And so all those things would be great to look at again, and probably relook at it again a few years later, because it is such a big number, and it is such a problem for us and for other cities and towns. Have we ever hired like a health broker, health insurance?
We do have a health insurance broker.
Okay, so they are pretty good, at least my
Yes.
experience has been in the for-profit world, that they know way more
They
than
have
we'll ever
their
know.
pulse on, the healthcare industry. They know the right questions to ask Blue Cross and,
Right, and how to get it.
data, yes.
Have we ever, is there any way we could self-insure? Is that something that we've ever,
Yeah, I think we have a really good plan.
well, it sounds
through-
like it, I mean, just based on what we got.
Right.
Good
Maya,
plan cost-wise or a good plan benefit-wise?
I think fair benefits, but cost-wise, I think it's, if you compared it to, and I've spoken with other communities about the GIC, people are not happy with the GIC.
What do we have for general options? Just very high level. I mean, do we have high deductible? Do we have like 3 or 4 different options?
A couple different plans. We added a select plan, so it's a single plan. There's a PPO, HMO. So there's options for that. And then we have looked at, tiered type options as well with the PC.
Do we have a high deductible HSA option at all? Like, do we have a high deductible HSA option or anything like that?
So the health savings account? you're talking
Well,
about?
so, for example, at my company, we have a high deductible plan and usually incorporated with that. For us, we have a health savings account that you dump money into because you're going to need it.
That's optional for employees to, or it's a flexible savings account.
Okay, same idea, okay. But we do have that as an option.
A
Yes.
health savings
Well,
account is
health sa-
different than a
Yeah,
flexible
it
spending
is,
account.
yeah.
The health savings account is, here's money, you put it into Fidelity, mine's
Yeah,
Fidelity.
keep it.
It grows with the stock market if you don't use
No,
it.
this is then, but I'm pretty sure they call it a flexible savings account.
That's different.
That's different.
But
yeah.
it's used for health insurance.
Yes, for health
related
insurance.
costs.
Yeah.
It augments health insurance.
Yes.
Yeah. Usually the only way to get on an
Tax deductible.
HSA is if you're on a high deductible plan.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you're going to be on an FSE for dependent care or for medical, that's just your standard health insurance plans.
My old employer had had 2 plans, one a low and a high deductible. And what we tried to educate our employees was that take that extra money in from the premium and put it in your health savings account. With a high deductible, you'll actually be better off.
Yeah.
And even if you spent, because it obviously for the insurance companies, if they have a huge deductible, they're going to reduce their premium. So it was a dollar. It was almost, the math was easy to do. And what happened is that people started putting money in there, and if they didn't use the full deductible, well, then that meant they had money in their health savings account for next year to fund the next deductible. And if they built up a thing, then they might not even have to do that for a while. So
And you have it
was
forever.
It had to work out, but
Yeah.
it is a complicated, I was on the committee at my employer that did it, very complicated, and the broker was extremely helpful in explaining it, but it's not as easy as you think to understand it. It's, by definition, health insurance they make it complicated because it probably benefits the insurance companies.
The branding department gave it a pretty bad name because it's actually better than it sounds. It sounds negative, high deductible plan, but with the HSA, it works out pretty good.
After the
It all
first year.
depends on your own personal.
No,
Just hope nobody gets their arm broken in the first year, in the
Yeah.
first month of the
Or if
first
you have a lot
year.
of kids
Yeah.
that are going, you go in the hospital.
I have a
But I have
personal
an
HSA,
HSA.
oh, sorry.
through my town, and the town actually contributes every year to it as an incentive
Yeah.
for people to go that way.
Now, the account I had until I stopped working in October, I got through the company I was working for, they contributed each year towards it, and you're allowed a maximum amount based on something, I don't know what it's based on. But that account came with me into retirement.
Yep. Yeah, you keep it forever and it gets
Yeah.
invested in as well. Is it something we can look in. They don't, does Maya offer that?
That I don't know.
'Cause it would be a great
But
way to
ours
save money
is,
for,
You have to use it within
Right.
a year.
that's an FSE, yeah.
FSA,
Yeah.
FSA, thank you.
FSA.
That's what I said, right,
Flexible.
earlier?
It is, yes, I said FSE.
Okay.
That was my mistake, not yours.
That's what I like about this FSA is that, HSA, excuse me, because I knew I wasn't going to be employed for a long time, but that account was going to come with me into retirement, and I can still contribute to it tax deferred every
Yes.
year for my
Yeah.
own income and offset
Yep.
my tax liability. So, and use it for purchases. I've got a debit card that draws against the account.
Yep.
Right.
It's a nice setup.
If it's something we can look into, I mean, it would offer a savings, at least in general, for overall premiums if people take it.
That's something we can bring, look at, and, because, again, I'd have to go to the PEC to
Yeah,
I'd like to just know
and-
more about what we currently offer,
Offer.
and
Yeah.
then that would be the first thing for me to do, is to understand that better, and then see what we've done in the past, and then, see about the future, because I think obviously I don't have enough knowledge about what we offer now.
As a committee, we had talked about requesting a Maya rep to come and talk to us.
Yeah, well, whatever it takes.
Just so we could annoy them.
I think that's
Are our
part of our
health
job.
plans posted on the website, town website, under HR?
It should be under HR, I think.
They are posted?
There's information there.
Well, do they actually post with the plan and the cost for family, individual?
I believe so. I haven't looked at that in a little bit, if they're up there,
All
but
that information should be on the town website. It should be readily available for anybody to look at.
you could check right now.
I can't, I'm projecting.
Well, I don't recall seeing it, that's why I asked.
It would be under the Human Resources
My battery's dead, so I can't look it up.
payroll. For unclassified and other categories, the workers' comp and liability insurances are estimated at a 5% increase. The police, fire, injured on duty insurance is also estimated at a 5% increase. Medicare costs are estimated at a 10% increase. The assessment for Montechusett Planning is a $106 increase. That's an assessment we already received for next year. Salary reserve estimate is decreased from 199,000 to 100,000. If you remember, we increased the salary reserve at the fall town meeting for fiscal '24 because we had available tax levy due to adjustment of our, before our pro forma recap was submitted. Same with the reserve fund estimate. We increased that at the special town meeting to 275. That number will be 100,000 for the reserve.
When you say
fund.
that, you mean from fiscal '24 to fiscal '25?
Correct.
Okay.
And the other categories under unclassified, such as band concerts, life insurance, insurance cost control, training, historical commission, unemployment, town reports, and physicals are all level funded. This slide is the debt service schedule up until fiscal '28. So for the fiscal '25 debt service, the elementary school, high school heating system exempt debt is retiring this year, and that's $163,806. A portion of the sewer enterprise debt is retiring this year. That will come off for next year's debt service, and that amount is $335,148. The Meadowwoods water debt decreases by $1,250, and our MSBA payment for Old School project is reduced from $59,969 to $4.
And 20
And
cents.
20 cents.
Yeah, don't forget.
Yeah, 20 cents.
So is it, in your longer-term plan, we're down almost to no net regular debt? Are you planning on any of the upcoming projects using that 4% available?
Well, so let me get to that. When we
Oh,
look
if we-
at, so according to our policies, and I've said this a number of times, we have capacity according to our policy, but we do not have capacity within the operating budget. So if we look at, if we were to imagine at this town meeting, taking on debt that we'd have to be paying principal and interest on, there's no capacity right now. So we will have to look at, because there are a number of projects coming up that will require borrowing both exempt and non-exempt debt. And we are having those conversations. That definitely needs to be a larger conversation with all the stakeholders and board committee members involved, and how we align those, the terms, the length of projects, when they need to come on, when they're falling off, what type of debt, so we can plan that entire long-term forecast and how that's going to impact the operating budget.
Is there a schedule for when that conversation is going to start happening? Because
I think it should happen
yesterday. Because, I mean, from the meeting that we had, it sounds like there's already a $30 million project in the works, which,
Those are
Or-
also, you know, there's decisions that need to be made. What is going to happen with the TCP, this building, the Ritter building? What is going to happen with Turkey Hill? Is it going to be a complete tear down? Is it going to be a new rebuild? You know, those are all factors that are going to affect
Yeah.
the borrowing.
And going back to what you said, Chairman, that since other things are taking up a large percentage of the budget, debt service is the one that is getting pushed out. And the town might not be able to afford things that, as we have percentage numbers, oh yeah, this percentage of debt service is fine, but if you don't have the income to pay it, you know,
Well, but
that's the
that's-
biggie.
that's
That's what
how it
bankers like to
works.
know, you can pay your debts back, but if you can't, it doesn't matter what your ratios are.
it's self-paying though, because you levy it separate from the regular levy itself. If you have an excludable debt,
If it's an exempt debt.
an exempt
yeah.
debt, if of $1 million, you are going to levy $1 million in addition to the regular levy to pay for it.
Right, but aren't you saying that we're also in a position where we can't afford short-term borrowing out of our
Non-excludable,
available revenue?
Non-exempt
right,
debt,
Right, non-exempt.
the net regular debt.
right?
We're not in a position to take any on at this point.
Definitely not at this town meeting.
To suggest it,
And that's why we need to start having the conversation now, because these projects are coming fast.
Right.
and Jay, to answer your question, it was based on, from what I understand, the Municipal Building Design Committee for the Ritter, updating the Ritter, putting an annex on the Ritter, updating Town Hall, and getting TCP ready as well, updating TCP to an extent.
Yeah, with a partial demolition or something. I
Right.
don't know, I lost track of a lot of that.
Right.
But
But the
yeah,
rough
that-
number for like next year is 30 million.
That's why I think, I was thinking back to the end of the Passios redevelopment, or whatever you want to call that whole era, that we actually ran the numbers and we had the capacity for exempted debt. to
42
go to
million.
28 or 30 million dollars.
42 million
42 million. So we
over
had,
X number of years.
right. So we had that capacity, but not on, at this point, not on the other side of the coin. Because as you said a few minutes ago, exempted debt automatically jumps on top of the revenues anyway.
And there's other operating costs that have been kind of shifted because of increasing costs. So this next slide just outlines where our total debt service is $2,941,322. Part of that is exempt debt for the $2,313,898. The sewer enterprise pays for $311,668. The water enterprise pays for $56,338, and the MSBA payment pays for that $4.20. So the total impact to the general fund is $259,413.
So could you, I still don't understand why this falls in the general fund. Because none of these monies are coming directly from,
It falls under the line item detail budget, the whole maturing debt and interest, principal and interest payments.
right?
And then it's supplemented by those other sources. So in the motion, when it's funded, the enterprise amount is included in that motion, as well as the water betterment amount.
Should it be, though?
Yes. Yeah.
It's not raise and appropriate, right? It comes out of
But it,
enterprise.
but it is raise and appropriate. The tax outside of Prop 2.5 is raise and appropriate. It has to be, but it's still a raise and appropriate. That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
but that's
talking
above
sewer
and
and
beyond our,
I'm talking all four of them.
Well,
So
sewer
it's a
and water are
mixture of them.
different. What is tax outside Prop 2.5?
It's debt spending. It's excludable debt.
It's
right, you are raising that amount, though.
Right,
Right.
but the sewer betterment and the water betterment, you're not.
That's why the motion tells you that that source is coming from the enterprise. So it's being,
The first line, you raise and appropriate. The second two come from enterprise funds. And what's MSBA?
that comes in
Schools.
as a general receipt, so that goes towards that.
So that there's a revenue source for that portion of the debt.
Is there a revenue source for that portion, for MSBA's funding?
Yes, it's a
That-
payment to
Just saying.
the town.
Right, but this is saying that we have to expend $4.20 for MSBA.
And we receive that from the state. So that's an old MSBA project.
Okay, so that
So
goes,
it was done differently
okay.
when that project was,
So I think that's why
Okay.
it makes sense to be called out these four ways, because they have four different revenue sources associated with them.
But I guess, I don't know, to me, it's outside of the omnibus budget to an effect. Because it is, they're self-funding project, they're entirely self-funded.
It's outside of what we raise and appropriate under the 2.5.
It's outside of everything.
right, but if
Yeah,
you
but
looked at
the
a balance
omnibus-
sheet, those sources of funding that are going towards paying that debt are covered on your revenue, incoming revenue. So it's offsetting that cost on the expense side.
Like when you said we had a $50 million budget, that includes,
That includes these reductions.
it includes the source of revenue.
And
for
includes the
those.
source of revenue that are paying for those costs.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. The source of the revenue is already determined regardless of whether or not we approve it.
Yeah, but it's our debt. We just have someone paying it for us.
I guess my point is that to include this in the $50 million budget, it sort of falsely inflates the budget to look larger than it is, when none of this actually matters for the budget, because it's going to go in and it's going to come right back out, and there's not a discretionary spending in any of it. So if anything, our
That's why
budget.
it's called non-discretionary.
Right, right. But if we were to say $50 million, it's really more like $47 million is our actual budget. Because what we're budgeting is $47 million. We have to pay $2.9 million. It's sort of put it in the budget and calculate it as increases. Like if we're going to say we're going to increase this line item by 2% this year, it's taking into account $3 million of additional spending that's not really in there.
Yeah, but the 50 million is outside of taxes too. The 50 million includes sewer betterments and water betterments and MSBA and Chapter 70 and Chapter 90 and,
Yep, unrestricted government,
But
not Chapter 90.
Ugga is just coming in
Isn't your
as
argument
cash.
the same as Mr. Beardmore's was a few weeks ago, based on
It's possible. It's been a
numbers
long
for the-
few weeks.
for the school side? Because he was talking about exempted debt being included in those numbers, inflating the 50 whatever percent you want to call the school budget of the total omnibus budget.
It's very possible. It's been a very long few weeks.
I think his point was, it's not the exempted debt, it's the net regular debt service line. It has been steadily reducing from like 4% to less than that, to almost zero. So therefore, we're just picking that up on the operation, the side of, the operations is benefiting from that reduction, so it's kind of artificially going up by more, because of that 4% going down to
Right,
zero.
as debt has fallen off, and it's not huge, change
Right.
here.
As my
but-
mortgage goes away, I can go out to dinner more, right? Is what he's,
Right.
But doesn't that leave us in the position where we're never going to be able to spend? We're never going to be able to borrow let me go back up to it. We're never going to be able to borrow net regular debt anymore. Because if we're spending 4.81%.
Right, and as we're reducing that percent,
If we're using it, we lose it.
we're losing that capacity if we don't start the budget back up to being able to pay for
Right.
large items,
That are not excludable.
right, that we don't choose to go for a debt exclusion on.
Do we have a plan for that?
we need to develop a plan. That's what I was saying, where we need all the stakeholders involved to see when all those projects are gonna be coming on, when they're falling off, their amounts, all those numbers are,
And that's why I asked
Flux.
even for like the chapter 90 portion of it, maybe it's great that we have 1.9
Chapter
million.
90 isn't a revenue source, though. It's a reimbursement program. So
like
it's basically an
MSBA.
imaginary, it's number on the books that we have available to submit reimbursement for to the state.
Okay, but my point being that it is a source of funding
Right.
that we need to be factoring in for all these infrastructure projects and for maybe capital projects. So I think we need this holistic view of how we're gonna fund for everything, not just what is paid for out of raise and appropriate, like we've kind of been focused on over the last couple of years. And with large projects on the horizon, we need to figure out how we're gonna do that.
Well, if it's excludable, we know how we're going to do it. It just increases the tax levy regardless of whether or not you want it to. Your only option is to vote on it at town meeting to approve that construction project as excludable debt. But for the net regular debt for non-excludable, right now, we don't have a way to pay for it.
Or through an override. That would increase your
It's
base.
An override could get you to net regular debt.
True, okay. But so I guess my question is more, right now, we don't have, even if we don't have a plan for what we're going to spend coming up, we don't have a plan at this point to fund the ability to spend non-excludable debt.
Without making cuts in other areas.
Should we be doing that? Should we be preparing for that ahead of time before we even have the conversation of how much do you want to spend? Shouldn't we say we can afford it, or here's what we can't afford?
Well,
Before we.
think we need
or here's
numbers
how we're going to afford it?
as
I mean, pick
well.
one, say $1 million. How are we going to afford $1 million in non-excludable debt? It doesn't matter what the value is, as long as it's under 4% of the policy. We know what the policy is, we can calculate what the maximum number would be, and we can take 50% of that and just say, how are we going to afford 50%?
and are those good percentages?
Right.
Maybe they're too high, because we have heard that from, our debt ratio was high.
At 4% and 11%,
Yes.
that's considered high? Either one specifically, or just one or the other?
Well, 14 is the total.
Yeah, I
Right.
think it was both. We've had this conversation a couple of times over the past 5 years in FinCom. And there was actually at one time, and it hasn't happened, but we were almost going to dive into assessing that and see if it needed to be reduced. But we've got mired in other issues that were bigger fish to kill at the time.
I mean, is there concern of if we hit, 10.98% of excludable debt, does that drop our bond rating potentially at that percentage?
It would affect our bond rating.
Would it affect it at 9% or?
Yeah.
That's kind of, it just seems very much like, instead of just, the tree hasn't even been planted for the cart to go in front of the horse. It's just,
I think this is a lot of the argument as to why we're not ready to put a 2.5 override on the ballot this time, right now. I feel like we need to address holistically what that 2.5 needs to be, looking out.
And looking long-term, yes.
Looking long-term, looking out 10 years. What's our capital outlay over that? What's our infrastructure costs out of that? Roads. All these projects that we either need to do or want to do in town.
that's assuming that you're only going to do one override. There are plenty of municipalities that do overrides for ridiculously small amounts of money. Well, not plenty of them.
I think there's outlier cases on like Nantucket, which have an odd way of budgeting.
Weston does it too. I think.
We are not Weston.
What I'm saying.
I think there's a short-term and a long-term issue. The short-term issue with the 2.5 today is school funding. I think probably a question for us to talk about, maybe not just us, but others, after the budget season is, what is the long-term plan? How do we do this? How do we get from here to where we want to be, which is having facilities that we think we need? And how do we get there, or is it possible? And what will that require? I don't know the answer to it, but I don't think we'll decide it here today, but I also don't think we'll decide it before May 1st or May
4th.
May 4th.
Star Wars Day. Gotta remember that.
May 5th, we'll have it figured out. But I'm sure we will have no idea.
You're assuming the meeting's gonna be over by May 5th.
Actually, if you look at my calendar, I have it from 9 o'clock through 11 PM. So I am not expecting it to be a short meeting. But I think it is a discussion that we need to have, and I think others in the town need to have, and it needs to be holistic.
I agree.
I think we've been talking about, well, we want to build this building, it's going to cost $30 million. Here, over here. And we have some answers there, but we don't have all the answers. But we know those. Okay, so how do we get there? If that's what we want to do. And then we figure it out. It's just, and if it's, okay, we're going to have to do this, and people go, well, I don't want that because it's going to raise my taxes too much. Okay, then let's figure out what else we got to do. How do we get to the next place? But that's kind of how we have to think about it. And it's going to take time, and it's going to take educating both ourselves and the public on what it is. So when they know that my taxes are going up $1,000 this year, it's for these 6 things.
Mhm.
And I agree, it's the 2.5 this year is definitely a short-term, put your finger in the dike kind of thing. But that's maybe what's necessary for the short term. But that's for us that's for the town to discuss on May 4th.
I think a holistic approach, while a holistic approach is great, it doesn't address imminent needs that come up sporadically. Having the ability to build a building in 3 years, there's plenty of time to have that conversation and to do the holistic approach to it, or to go through and say, do a salary comparison study and say, do we need to do an override to increase X, Y, and Z positions, or so many steps. But at the same time, there are emergencies that come up that I think can absolutely be considered for an override. And I don't think we have to do them all together at the same time. And if we do that, we have buildings that we just had to knock down because we couldn't get our act together and actually pass anything, and we just knocked the building down for that. So if we're doing the same approach for an override, we're never going to have an override. And I think the idea to say that we have to do it, all or nothing it doesn't make sense, because the needs are different. Right now, the needs are the schools. The schools are not being able to fund themselves properly. I have no idea how they voted this evening, but they were looking at voting for a needs-based budget. That's still going to cut 20 positions. That's not
No.
19.7.
That includes us, our positions, which were off the table.
12 positions.
Okay, it's still, okay. Still 12 positions. It's still going to remove an assistant principal from the middle high school. It's still going to remove band from 5th grade. There are things that are still going to be cut that I think taking that holistic approach and lumping that issue into what are we going to do with TCP doesn't make any sense, because there is a glaring issue that's happening right now, and we have other issues that we need to take care of as well. I agree, but they're not as glaring. So it doesn't make sense to me to say we have to look at this from a holistic standpoint for everything altogether.
I don't know. I think you need the holistic look, and I'm only, well,
The other thing that I don't believe we've ever used, but a couple of the local abutting towns have used, one in particular is Ashby, and I think they still do it, is they do capital exemptions for 1 year. So it's a one-and-done deal. And, you know, they did it a number of years back when they needed to, I think it was replace the police station, and they had 3 or 4 huge projects. And the taxpayers were educated as to what they were doing, why they were doing it, and how much it was going to cost them. In one single year's tax bill, they approved it. Because Ashby, since a debacle many years ago on a purchase of a fire truck, refuses to take on debt for more than a year.
That's a serious bill.
Yeah, see, I don't know
That's
how
a
you do that.
ridiculously high
Yeah.
bill for 1 year.
Depending on how much money you're
you're not taking
putting
debt
into
on.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
Yeah.
talking thousands of dollars of increase to your taxes.
But we talk about the affluence of Lunenburg. I'd like to see the comparison to Ashby, and their citizens were confident that they could take that debt on for 1 year and then be done with it.
I think we have to stop saying that Lunenburg is a poor town or is not an affluent town. If you look at the numbers, if you look at how our chapter funding is going, the state considers us to be a wealthy town. We are not lower middle class. We are not middle class. We are pushing upper middle class.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that that's the solid distribution across the whole spectrum. Yes, of course, it's going to be spread out, and you're going to have fringes that are not in that group, and that is terrible. And there needs to be ways to bring that up on both sides of it, obviously, as well. Well, maybe not the high side, but on the low side. But we're not going to get extra funding. I don't care if the State House goes back and relooks at this, at the small changes they want to make to Chapter 70. We're not going to get more money. The state thinks that we are supposed to fund our schools to a certain amount. They think that we're supposed to fund our roads to a certain amount. It's not going to get better. So
we're not going to get more money if we keep electing the same people we elect. I'll tell you that much. Because their priorities are not on schools. They can say that all they want. Their priorities are elsewhere. And I pay a lot of money in state taxes, a lot of money. And it should be coming back to our communities. And to say now, go pay a lot of money that's not coming back to communities and increase your taxes, guess what? I can move, and 4 more kids can come into the school district. Because there's nothing in this town for people like me. Nothing. There's no services. It's like the most boring town in the world for isn't it? I mean.
I think there's a great sense of community here.
Yeah, I think that's.
I don't know.
I think that's an opinion, and I think you can, and people, always say, oh, I'm going to lead the town, and that's obviously their choice. I think ultimately the town has to do, I think I agree with the chairman that the state is not going to be giving wealthy towns more money as a percentage of the money they give out when there are towns that are in desperate need of funding, who are not as wealthy as we are. And I don't, we can elect whoever we want to elect, but that's the reality of the world that we live in, I think. And I think we have to understand that and move forward with that. If we can figure a way to get a few extra dollars out of the state, I'm not against it, but again, I'm not going to, I've said this before, if there's $100,000 that can go to Lunenburg and that's going to do something, but the town of Brockton needs it just because they've been in the news with all their problems, it's hard for me to say. I don't want to, Brockton should have that money to do good things with because they really need it, because they're underfunded and they have all sorts of problems that we don't have. Our kids couldn't imagine the problems that they have. So I think that's I think, depends on how the town feels, though. That's, if people feel, well, no, I'd rather keep the $100,000 and do it for our town, then that's fine, too. We can, and then we can elect people for at the State House that will support that. That's.
One thing that always works in the background, too, is that I think any particular group of taxpayers in any particular municipality, if they would be willing to go on their own, if there weren't all these unfunded mandates that they needed to cover also. And I think that's where the demand of money out of the state comes from, is that we keep getting hit with unfunded mandates from the state and federal government. If we didn't have those, then a town like Lunenburg would go on its own, I believe. I think the taxpayers would be much more willing to shell out their tax dollars if they knew it was truly and 100% benefiting the town on things that we've decided we need to do and should do versus unfunded mandates that we don't necessarily need.
I guess, for me, to say that we pay a ton of taxes into the state, while that's true for our income tax, obviously, and we get a very small percentage of that back, 100% of our property taxes comes back to Lunenburg. 100%. It's the best way it's the highest value for the dollar that we're going to find. It is the largest amount of change that can be made directly for the town is through that revenue source. So if there are things that don't exist in the town that for age groups or for sections of the town, that is the best way that you're going to get it, is to say, hey, we want this, and this is why we want it, and this is what it's for. Now let's go and get it. The only way you're going to get that funding, other than through grant programs, is going to be from yourselves, and that's property. It's the only way that's going to be funded.
Or you say, hey, schools, impose more fees. You're the ones getting the benefit of this. Put fees on it.
Fees on what?
Fifth grade band, sports, busing, everything.
So that's shifted directly to
The consumer. The same way I pay fee to put out my trash.
That comes back to the premise of the benefit of the greater good.
And like anything else, the school systems eat up a lot. They eat up a lot of the money in the town, and the benefits of those are their children, right? And people have said, well, we all benefit by having well-educated kids, and I think that is true. The problem with increasing real estate taxes is that there are people who have very expensive homes that bought them 40 years ago who don't have the income to pay the higher taxes.
Yeah.
That is a problem, and I think our selectmen, two of them, I think, talked about a way that, we could figure a way to help those people who don't have the income. Many, and I'm not saying I don't know the percentage, but anecdotally and from some numbers that I read, the wealthiest group of people in this country are people over 65. They have assets and they have income and they have lots of money. Not everybody, and so how do we help people who've been living here for 30 or 40 years, who now have a $500,000 house that they bought for $75,000, and they're gonna pay $8,000 in taxes, and they don't have enough money. Well, we can figure that out, but what that means is that everybody else, pays a little bit more to help offset that cost. And, so the wealthier people in town pay a little extra because the people who don't have as much money pay a little less. If it's going to be, well, I am me, and I make this, and I spend this, I want that back, and for me, in my taxes, for me personally, then that's not a government, that's not how government works. Government takes stuff and separates it out and sends it out to different areas for the total good of the society. And I think, so I don't think that model of, I want what I want what I put in. I want it back. That doesn't work all the time. And it probably isn't beneficial for the state or for the town or for the country.
And
Are you talking liberal versus conservative politics? And
No, look, you can be conservative and have that thought too. There's no,
the other thing that I've keyed into in the last, year or two, and looked at a number of different programs in other states and so on, is that, we've spent a lot of time talking about finding a way to help support seniors by reducing their taxes and so on and so forth. Well, my take on what we've done so far and what's available out there for seniors, there's a very small percentage that are eligible for those reductions.
Why is that, though?
Because of the asset, maximum asset level that's allowed,
Because they've been in
real
the-
assets and
Okay.
cash and so on and so forth. I'll tell you for a point, in my case, I've worked 60-plus years under Social Security, so I get what I consider a decent Social Security income. It blows me out of the water on any benefit programs.
Yeah.
Because I'm over the income limit.
Yeah.
So, yes, we're saying we're trying to do things for seniors, but, I mean, even what the assessors have done over the past few weeks, the initial, I think it was the age change, they calculated that only would cost the town $2,500.
5 to 10 more people. 5 to 10 more homes.
5 to 10 more
Small
out of,
percentage.
and that brought it from like 12 to 17 or 10 to 15.
From 20 to 30,
20 to 30, okay.
I think is what it was,
Yeah.
something like that.
Right. And the percentage numbers that we keep kicking around, I was actually, I don't even know what website it was, but it listed our senior, percentage of our senior population, but it was age 70 and up, at 17%. So that other 13% is between 65 and 70.
Yeah, I was on it's on the census website, because I saw the same thing. I was trying to
Oh.
figure out where the 30% comes from, and I'm not saying I disagree with the 30% of households are seniors, but the only number that I could find was from the most recent census, and it's 70 plus, and it's 17%,
Right. Right.
which, I don't know.
Yeah, but I truly believe that number is being calculated from either age 65 up or 60 up. I'm really not 100% sure which. And there was no way to toggle.
Yeah,
That
it's
spreadsheet.
terrible. It's a terrible, yeah.
Right.
I was very unimpressed with that website.
and it's not going to get any better as far as percentages as the baby boom finally, all of us in the baby boom generation gets into the 65 and 70 and over, it's going to be a higher percentage. It's just the demographics of the country, but probably of Lunenburg too. So it's going to be a bigger issue. As far as having seniors and people without children in town. And the question will be is, are they willing to spend the money on an education even though their kids aren't going to school here? They've already gone somewhere else or here.
I was looking on the New Hampshire site for similar discounts for seniors and stuff, and I came across this, at what age in New Hampshire can seniors stop paying real estate tax totally? And it was fairly young, it was either 65 or 70. But to qualify for it, again, any asset you own or minimal income blew you out of the program. You're not eligible.
And it,
So you need to live in a tar paper shack that's 6 by 6 on a 2,000 square foot piece of property to qualify.
Some part of it, a lot of the seniors are not poor, they're cash poor.
Right.
They have a very expensive asset in the house. I know I had a family member who was, who passed away. She'd been in the home, in a assisted living for a number of years, and the Medicare and Medicaid, the Medicare rather, put a lien on her house. And when she finally died, the house was sold and they got their money back. Could that be a process where, okay, if somebody can't afford their taxes today, okay, is there a process that be a state level thing where you could, offset some of that expense by, borrowing against the equity in your house, and when you sell it, you have to pay it back. That could be a way. The town could get their money through the state, and the state could
That's the
get
conveyance
bonds.
option.
I think there's ways you could think about this, and this is not a Lunenburg thing again, it's probably a statewide thing, but a way to help a lot of older people who are house rich but cash poor. And that's the majority of the kind of people that would be talking about my taxes are going up because because your house is worth a lot now.
So I'm on the census website, it's 65 and over is 17%.
It
It's
was
not-
65.
Yep. And
Okay,
under 18 is 22%. So I'm really curious where we're getting these percentages from, of 30% of the town is senior. I'd love to have.
Unless they're
the-
going as low as 50.
I would love to have the actual
Right.
data for it, to say like, this is why, which,
Yeah.
that would be wonderfully helpful.
Mr. Chair,
Has this horse been beaten?
I'm wondering how much more presentation the town manager.
That's literally
We're-
just.
We're having a great
Yeah.
conversation.
Well, I found the
here,
answer to a
but I
previous
know-
question while I was
I was
waiting,
here with
so.
her till 11 o'clock last night. She's got an hour plus ride home, and she's probably going to be stuck here again tomorrow night. So I'd like to be able to
Yeah,
let
let's
her
wrap it up.
finish her portion.
Were you playing solitaire as well?
No, no.
well.
Jay had asked about all the employee benefits and
Yeah.
health, it is on the website
Saw
under
that.
human resource. On the sidebar, there's an employee benefits tab, and if you scroll down, it has all the health information, dental, vision, all the optional insurances that we carry in
I didn't,
sheets and lots of information.
on a quick look over though, I did not see a high deductible policy, at least by listing out the names. It could be in there without, 'cause I did a quick scan.
Yeah, each plan is in that like Blue Care Elect.
Right.
So if you click on
There was a
those,
PPO in there,
there's
there
the
was-
sheets on each of those, and they're,
Might be a way to actually save a little bit.
It'll be, for me, I'm gonna look at it and see if that's what's there, and that's good to know.
but I did have
Shall we continue?
one slide left.
Oh, this is a
so-
one slide?
Yes.
Sorry.
It's a long slide, don't
Yes.
worry.
An hour and 15 minutes later, you can do your slide.
And it is just highlights for future years of debt. So I already covered fiscal '25. For fiscal '26, the library exempt debt and for the ladder truck and Saliba property, general fund debt will retire in fiscal '25, so that will fall off for '26. For fiscal '30, the artificial turf field general fund debt that was bonded in 2017 will retire in 2029. The pavement management excludable debt bonded in 2020 retires in 35, so that will affect fiscal 36. And the middle school, high school excludable debt retires in fiscal 45, which will affect fiscal 46, and Meadowwoods USDA debt for water and sewer retires in fiscal 47, and that will impact fiscal 48. And that's all I have for tonight.
Are there any questions, or can we? I've asked all of mine.
Thank you.
I have 15 questions with 16 follow-ups.
Oh, boy.
Regarding employee benefits, when we talk about part-time, full-time, and benefit, non-benefit, don't employees have to be vested 10 years before they collect pension?
No, once they reach 20 hours and benefited, they start contributing to Worcester County Retirement. Before that, they contribute to OBRA, which is.
Yeah, but when can they actually collect on that?
Retire from the system. It's a sliding scale of age and number of years service. So 55.
Well, I've always heard that they have to have 10 years
10
vested.
years and a 55 of age.
Yeah, to be able to collect the pension.
Right.
But most people, if they're short-term, they usually take it out because they're going to reinvest it somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know those numbers.
Oh, I know, but it just, when we talk about part-time, somebody usually has to be here long-term to get the benefit of a pension. People are only here for a few years. If they've paid into it, they usually take it with them because they're going to reinvest it somewhere else.
Where they move on to another community and
community or-
they contribute in that community and retire somewhere else.
Any other questions?
I think I'm good at this point.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Safe travels.
Thanks.
Are there any public comment from the public?
Shut up.
Came up on Zoom, comment yourself.
I'm the only one on Zoom right now. All right, moving on to warrant article discussion. We have an updated set of warrant articles that were submitted by the town manager that include, let's see, local wetlands protection bylaw fees, the Prop 2.5 for the schools at least has language now, not a number. The SAP warrant articles now have language, but still no numbers as well. And then we also have the personnel committees. All of the SAP ones are in now. And then let's see, there were some put in here from the town manager. The estate exemption for taxpayers who are granted personal exemption for their domiciles. Okay. Board of Assessors is in here, but not the actual numbers. The adoption of, I think it was Mr. Alonso did the research for it. Yes, for the historic, from, was it 2008? Oh, no, that's the trustee, I'm sorry. That's for the, OPEB liability trust fund, zoning code, not going to affect us. The planning board articles now have language as well. Quickly gone from like 10 pages to 28 pages. Now the planning board's in here. Water supply district has also got their language in here. And I think that's everything that's been added. Okay. So at this point, we have all of the articles that we're going to have with language. We're just missing numbers now. That fair, correct, first?
The town council still needs to review of the language changes.
Okay,
The planning board has their hearing on Monday.
okay. So still have language changes from town council. Planning board will have their meeting on Monday to go over theirs. Otherwise, we are up to, is it double AB, something like that? So not too terrible. Some of those will come out, I'm sure, and we'll have consent calendar ones. Any conversation anyone wants to have about the articles as presented? We don't have any numbers, so.
Nothing to talk about
Okay.
yet.
Warrant report.
Just one very quick thing. Heather, there was one article that school committee is going to be pulling. Is that correct?
They were vote on that tonight, I believe.
They just did.
That was for the network. So that article to take out of free cash.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Drag you up to the microphone.
Last night, the select board also reallocated ARPA funding to cover the network upgrade equipment, the 911 compliant phone system, and Chromebooks. So that total was $221,640. That will come out of the school's budget and be paid through ARPA. And I've already made it clear that my recommended budget will also include pausing the pavement management plan. So that would reallocate $50,000 towards the school
You say
needs-based.
pausing
Yeah.
the increase.
Pausing the increase, yep. So not including $50,000 in the pavement management this year, including that towards the school bottom line.
Heather, could you actually possibly, or excuse me, if we get later into '25, we could still move 50,000 out of Chapter 90 to cover that pause of 50,000 in the pavement management, if for some reason, a reason comes up that we really needed it in there.
Yes, yep,
You
that
can
was
move it
just.
from chapter 90?
It
I
not-
thought it had to be.
Chapter 90 is a reimbursement,
Right.
so
Yeah,
it could
right.
cover.
Right, you'd have to spend
costs.
you'd have to spend
Yeah,
it.
spend it.
To use it.
Yeah,
But the DPW director and I are working on a long-term plan.
Okay, for that $2 million.
For pavement management, Chapter 90, those funding sources.
And infrastructure, tree, everything, or?
Chapter 90 can cover anything, roadway, equipment, that kind of
Maintenance.
stuff, drainage, sidewalks, so. But like I've said, there's definitely more needs than there is funding, so out of those two sources, a plan for those two sources.
The school committee voted to remove the article.
They did, okay. And I got a text that they voted 4-1
I
on
did
the
too.
5.44% budget, the needs-based budget,
But that they're also still in support of the override
yes.
at the 8 point whatever percent it would be.
Right.
That should be
Breaking
interesting going
news.
forward.
Exactly, I'm literally getting tired. They must have just wrapped, the lights are off, so they can't be in the schools past 10:30.
Oh, yeah, right.
You guys beat them.
We did. Well, they started at 6:30, so we still have another half an hour. We're not going to use it. So we have our warrant report due. Ms. Tavares isn't here this evening. I'm fine with kicking this one for now, even though I think tomorrow's going to be a longer meeting. At least we can have it, I think, during the budget hearing, perhaps, or the public hearing meeting.
I was going to say,
No, we can't, because that's actually a question I wanted to ask for you. So is the April 2nd an absolute drop dead date? If we want it in the warrant?
Yes, because I have to finalize everything and get it to the printer, get approved.
Okay,
you're talking about the annual report from the Finance Committee?
correct.
That's required too, isn't it,
No.
No,
under charter? Ooh, I'm
We're
not so
required
sure
to
about
do
that.
one.
But it's not required to
Doesn't have
Last
be.
year.
but we did
We
it.
did.
It just didn't go in the art.
We didn't do it last year in time for the warrant.
Right.
Right, that town
Oh,
meeting.
okay, but as
Somebody-
long as it's
somebody took
generated
forever to
and
write it.
distributed. Okay.
Yeah, the problem we have is we have a public hearing and no meeting before the 2nd.
Right.
It's the second, that's
The
probably a
Tuesday.
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 Are we going to have a final omnibus budget before the public hearing?
For tomorrow night?
Waiting for tonight.
So for tomorrow night?
Tonight's school committee
But we only have one,
vote. We won't have it tomorrow.
right. So we'll have it on the 28th, which is the public hearing.
Yeah, so there's just no way to get to the second. We can't vote on that.
Unless we plug in another meeting next week.
Even if we plug in another meeting, we're still not going to have the public hearing. We should be doing it after the public hearing.
Right.
I'm sorry,
So we have so we have tomorrow night's meeting on the 21st.
Right.
And then a week later on the 28th, we have the public hearing.
hearing.
We should then have the report, have a meeting after that to finalize the report
And vote on it.
and vote on it.
Oh, okay.
But the problem is that that's 5 days before it's due,
So I guess we're meeting on Friday the 29th or Monday the...
or Monday the 1st,
Right.
April Fool's Day.
I'm not meeting on Friday, the 29th.
I don't know why everybody's against Fridays, but I understand if you have something going on. But
Do a
my
Zoom- just do a
feeling
Zoom
is that
meeting.
we're gonna have to plug another meeting in there somewhere. Or we're gonna have to
Just
run
make it a
a
Zoom meeting.
12-hour meeting.
I don't think we can do that anymore.
Why?
Well, someone's got to write the report after the
Tiffany's
28th.
Tiffany's going to, she's already
Yeah, we
agreed to
gotta-
it.
I
I
understand
talked
that,
to her today.
but she has to actually physically write something after the 28th.
Right.
And then we have to be able to read it and agree to it and
Make changes with
modify
it.
it.
So we're meeting April Fool's Day.
Are we allowed to meet completely remote still? We are, okay.
Yeah, sewer, conservation does it all the time.
Well, again, I don't know. I think April 2nd's an unrealistic date, unreasonable date.
Meet on Sunday then.
Not me. I won't be
The
here
question
on
is,
Sunday.
how important it is to us to have it either in the mailing or to have it handed out at the town meeting, where people are probably, might read it or might not, I don't know. I mean, that's
the mailing
ultimately
goes
what's
to
the value
everybody.
to the town and what's the value, and what do we think is important? If we think it's
I think-
important enough, then we do it on April 1st. If we're, don't think it is, then, okay, we'll do it on the 3rd or 4th, whenever, and get it out to them when we do.
I think this year of all years, it needs to be in there.
I was gonna say for
The warrant, it goes to
historical,
everybody.
for ease of
Right.
historical research, it really needs to be in the warrant, and then it ends up in the town report as part of the warrant,
Right.
so
It
that when
ends up in
you,
the annual report in any way we do it.
Yeah, it won't get lost to history, but the thing is, between now and, between the time they get it, when they get the warrants, and they're saying, what does the finance committee think? They'll have something. But, again, it's, maybe after tonight, they'll go like, we don't care what the finance committee thinks.
Could we have until the 4th? Right, could we, if we were to pull together a special meeting on the 1st, after the 28th, a remote meeting on the 1st, to workshop it, finalize it, distribute it, have 3 days to kind of send back responses individually, and then vote on it on the 4th. That at least
Do
would
we
get
have a
us,
meeting on the 4th?
not yet,
What day is the 4th?
the Thursday, it's a Thursday.
We gotta look at this calendar, because this calendar frankly just doesn't work.
I agree, we're up against the wall every single year on
And I don't
multiple
wanna
things.
rush out a report on this. I think we need deliberation on it. We need to make our opinions known and put something meaningful. And I don't think one draft's gonna do it.
Well, if that's the case, then we should at least get points down for now.
I mean, we can put something generic together for the,
Okay.
we can highlight what the issues are, I guess, but.
Then let's workshop at least quickly. I know it's 10:30, but if we don't have a lot of time to do this, we at least
We
need to
don't even have two members here, one of which
Correct.
has her own opinions of writing warrant articles.
Well, regardless, I mean, that's a private citizen at this point. That was not put forward as a finance committee article.
I'm just saying that she has opinions, obviously, that would want to go into a,
Of course. No, this is just to have, at least to have something started for what are the main talking points? What is it, what do we want to at least address that we can then work out afterwards?
I think one of the major things that needs to be in the report is some kind of table or graph that shows, based on your value of your house, what your increase would be. And there's no such thing as an average house in town, right? I mean, I would say if your house is worth $200,000, this is what it would be. If
Yep.
it's $300,000, this is what it would be.
DLS does that. It's easy, I'm saying it's a super easy thing to pick and to pull right out.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it
And
just
screen
becomes a
grab it.
linear formula.
It is exactly what it is, yeah.
You're talking about the override, Chris?
Yeah, for the override.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, that's going to be the
Don't
topic of
worry.
discussion.
That spreadsheet's gonna be created whether we do it or not.
Yeah, no, I know, but again, that's,
But-
I
but
think,
I
the
agree.
Put it in there.
that's
I
gonna be
agree.
the critical portion of this budget. Honestly, I think every department's request has been reasonable this year, in my opinion. I don't see anything unreasonable on it. And then the only other thing that I always like to hit on is that there's a lot of things, like we had this discussion on, going forward that are gonna need the attention of the town, so that we maintain services, fix buildings, deal with infrastructure, you know, and maintain and that's gonna require a healthy discussion amongst all the boards.
I think it's gonna be important to have at least a paragraph in there kind of chronicling the deeper approach that we took as a board this year through the budget process, because we've gone deeper into the budget than I think any finance committee has done in decades, digging right down to the individual lines and questioning every dollar and so on, you know, most of the way through the process. So even if that's in the preamble paragraph, I think that should be stated, and then the other concerns fall in place after that. And after working with Tiffany, you give her that and she'll come up with a whole paragraph that'll make sense.
Okay. Other topics? We want to talk about forecasting? Do we want to address debt capacity spending? Do we want to address?
Well, I think obviously that is going to be, you know, talking about the future, we, you know, there's been a lot of talk about renovations of buildings and additions to buildings, and currently, the town doesn't, you know, we need to figure out how are we going to be able to do that, and that needs to be discussed. I don't know if we'll have we won't have an answer to it, but I think we need to prepare the town for that. We kind of discussed it here. That same feeling of talking about it and figuring out and getting a consensus by the town, what do we want to do?
And making it clear of what the town manager presented to us earlier, that right at the moment, if we don't take action, we're not going to have debt capacity except for exempted borrowing. Or say something to the effect that, you know, a solution for that is in the process, because that's,
I don't know.
I don't know about
I
that.
would say a need.
yeah, well, no, I know. And anything
She
like
has
that.
the solution already.
Excuse me. You know, those types of things, I think we have the town manager just agree with what we're saying there, because that came out of my mouth because of our conversation, but it wasn't necessarily accurate, you're right.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but.
Yeah.
We gave you the 10:47 break, 10:49 break, 41. You can't even tell time right now. Okay.
Is the capital plan the same projects? No additions or removals?
Okay, we usually do address the capital plan.
So there's no raise and appropriate going into it at all? Okay, thank you. By the way, that was an answer, no.
I'm sorry? 40S.
Lost 40S funding.
Thank you. We don't have a limit to how many pages this is, do we? That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, what was our fair share funding?
For Chapter 70? Or for 40S?
No, fair share from the 4% millionaire's tax.
Oh. I don't think we've ever seen that.
We got 230-something thousand, didn't we?
Did we?
We got money from fair share, didn't we?
Yes, that's included in our chapter 90 number.
We haven't seen that, though. What was it, 230? We've only heard a number.
We haven't received it? I thought we received it.
Yes, it's in the chapter not, that's where they put it, in chapter 90 law. So
Meaning we don't get it till we get,
I'm just saying, I haven't seen a document that laid out that number.
I only saw it in the newspaper that we were supposed to receive it.
reported on it.
She did.
230-ish thousand? Roughly. Okay, I mean, it's, clearly it doesn't need to be exact.
It's a small number.
And 32 cents.
That was supposed to solve all our problems.
Well, the teachers all voted for it, that they were gonna solve the school problem.
Next year.
Once it gets all split out, it's a small number.
I think if any of us come up with another compelling issue, that we just send it to the chair, and whereas he's got the list.
I'll send this, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go over it now before we
But I
wrap
mean,
up, and
in
also.
the next day or two, if there's really something we think of that's important, we could still.
And then this
Would-
will all
would you
just
rather-
be facts, right? I mean, you're just.
Yeah, I don't wanna
dealing
do
in
opinion
facts
in
and
this.
No opinions.
Yeah. no.
I would add several comments.
249? 245?
240,503. 240,503.
And I would compare the entire budget to cups of
What did
coffee,
the-
just to.
Jack
What
did
did the
it.
school
Did
get?
you see that? All I could think of was Tom.
What did the school
Oh,
get?
coffee?
That was specific to roads.
No, I thought it was for schools as well,
I was under the impression the millionaire's tax was supposed to be,
50/50.
yeah, schools and roads.
Schools and transportation.
We haven't gotten any? It's a great question for tomorrow night.
Who's gonna have the answer to it?
Well, we're gonna have the school committee, the school department here. We can at least ask. Have you heard anything?
If you did, I wasn't notified.
Right.
I don't recall hearing anything from them.
I don't
I
either.
only saw that, yeah, it was in the newspaper, they had a list of the towns that were gonna receive their fair share. The employee salary administration plan. Staffing issues.
Well, we haven't seen that plan yet, so we haven't.
Right, no, but it is,
Yeah.
it is gonna be a financial impact on the town.
When do we see it?
It's a concern.
Heather, have you got any idea when personnel's releasing that?
They sent it, didn't they?
I think they need to coordinate with you, come in next Thursday, is the presentation.
Oh, they wanna present to us next Thursday?
Well, that's typically what happens with the money articles.
Okay. Next Thursday then, 2 days
Did they
before.
send it last Wednesday to Julie?
They voted on it last Wednesday.
So we're gonna do that during the public hearing?
We're going to learn about it during the public hearing.
Or ahead of the
Has it
public
gone-
hearing
has it gone
before
to
we
the Board of
open the
Selectmen?
hearing.
Has it gone to the Board of Selectmen?
Hearing's at 7. Hearing's at 7.
So we have to start at 6:30.
That's good. Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
See, I'm retired, so I'm 100% flexible on whatever we need to do.
All right.
After May 4th, all bets are off.
So far, we have, I think, a graph rather than a table. That's easy enough. I can make, you and I could make one. We live in pivot charts.
Yeah.
We can have a competition for who designs the prettier one.
We use a logarithmic scale, it doesn't look as bad.
Always log. Always log scale. It's
Now, is
the
this
only
going
way
to
to
be
present data.
multicolored memo? Is this going to be a multicolored one, or
Yes.
is it going to, oh my gosh, I'm going crazy.
I'd like to leave here tonight having a good idea as to what our meeting schedule is between now and the end
Oh,
of the
absolutely.
month.
That will be coming up.
Okay.
We're going to settle it. I just want to make sure we have at least a bare bones list to start working with. So table or graph on the override per household that spans the range.
The other thing, if it could be done on a spreadsheet format, is to show X number of years out with the 2.5% multiplier applied to it. That's the way it was presented a couple of times ago, or a lot of years ago, because it allowed the general citizen to understand that, okay, your first year, it's going to affect your tax bill here, but with no other changes to your valuation and no major change to our tax rate,
Oh, yeah.
then this is what this number is going to do each year for the next 3 years, just by being multiplied by 2.5.
That's a lot of variables to include in a single calculation for just 2.5. I feel like that might be misleading to the public, that they'll come back and be like, no, you said in FY '27, I was only going to have this much of an increase, but
I think you should state that it is a permanent
Absolutely.
increase, right? 'Cause-
And it'll multiply by 2.5% every year.
yeah. Yeah, I think, I realize that we are very much split with how we feel about the override. And I don't want to get into anything beyond factual.
Yeah, it has to be
Just
just
lay it out
facts.
and say, here's what the facts are, but I also want to try to take out any sort of persuading facts to say, this is why it's not going to be good, or this is why it's going to be good. I want to just, I think the table for sure, or the graph for
I mean,
sure with,
I think given things you may want to consider is still factual, but if that isn't something that may come up.
I mean, we're gonna need to vote. Do you think we're gonna be able to vote on support or non-support as a board for the article, for the override article, so that it does get printed in time for it to be printed in the warrant?
so all that's waiting for that at this, so the school committee has already voted to support an override.
Right.
The select board has not voted, not entirely committed, but sort of committed to putting the article forward.
Putting it on the warrant.
Yeah, and I think at this point it's going forward. The only thing we don't have is just the number, but the number is going to be coming up probably in the next, we'll probably have it tomorrow, I would assume. Because the select board has voted to allocate the ARPA funds, to reallocate the ARPA funds, and to allocate additional ARPA funds. Okay. I mean, ideally, I'd like to have us be able to vote on it ahead of time. I think it would be very critical to have us vote ahead of time.
On our opinion on the 2.5 override?
At least just to have a vote on the number.
Well, we're going to have to vote for the warrant,
Yeah, we're gonna
either,
have to.
either here or on May
Either
4th.
support or not support the article.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll happen after the public hearing on the 28th.
We could do it either way we want to. We could vote on the 28th for it if we have the number, or we could kick it and then have a nice debate on town floor. Because that is how it works. I mean,
Yeah,
if
that's
we
right,
haven't
yeah.
voted, we have to have the debate first,
Right,
or the discussion first.
sure.
So
Take
it
an
would
hour.
probably go in the warrant as deferred to town meeting.
If we don't have a definitive number, it
If we
has to.
choose to do it that way, right?
Well, if we don't have a number, it has to.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to have us
I
take a
agree.
vote on something we don't have a number for.
I agree.
Okay.
And we've had that before. We've had,
Oh, we have it every year.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not a big deal.
All right, so town needs for coming up, services, buildings, just addressing what's coming forward. And kind of piggybacking off of that is to prepare the town for upcoming projects and the fact that we currently have no capacity for non-excluded debt. A deeper dive into the budgets for this year and why we've done that. Capital plan update with no funds coming from razor appropriation. Addressing the millionaire's tax, only hitting so far for Chapter 90 for about 250,000. And we can check to see if it hits Chapter 70 at all, which I didn't see anything. I don't know if it'll come through Chapter 70.
I don't know.
That may have been where it comes through, is it comes through Chapter 70 and it's your multiplier or whatever it is, gets kind of enveloped into the calculation. And then some type of an update on the SAP plan.
Did we say anything about the ARPA funding? That us, the Board of Selectmen?
I mean, it's their money to spend entirely. I would think that would be the board, the select board,
To do what?
to put anything out about ARPA funding specifically, ARPA spending.
Yeah, I wouldn't get into ARPA funding.
Do we want to comment on or put in something to kind of start prepping the taxpayers for next year in some form or, because, I mean, now, my take from the conversation with the superintendent and the chair of the school committee is that what we've been able to manipulate, the way we've been able to manipulate funds around is not a long-term fix. That's my understanding.
I think that's all speculation, though.
Not for what's been reallocated. The reallocation of the ARPA funds is going specifically to Chromebooks, it's going to their network security upgrades, and it's going to 911 security upgrades as well. It's one-time expenses that were in their...
Chromebooks are recurring. but-
Chromebooks will be reoccurring, yeah. But those are in their budget currently.
But I think you're talking in general that,
More general that,
yeah.
you know, I think, honestly, we're still probably not as critically as we were this year, but I think we're going to be back in the same boat next year.
But that's all speculation, it's a problem.
Yeah. I think...
Okay.
Day at a time.
I think rather than cause more issues potentially or add on to the pile.
When it's a reality, then we start discussing it. Okay.
I think the only thing you could
Report
say,
From last year to this year?
what?
This is the report from last year to this year?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we are getting into talking about future spending too.
We've done that in the past, though, too. I mean, we've mentioned in the past that the schools has to be careful of ESSER drying up, and that was in like a year or two ago.
Right.
Yeah, but that's a fact.
No, I know, yeah. But it's future looking.
Okay.
I think the other thing is recommendations to look at, what's the word, you know, facilities and grounds and any kind
Yes,
of,
thank you.
Consolidation.
Consolidation of services.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Or
Yeah.
efficiencies.
IT,
Yeah.
facilities, grounds.
HR,
HR, whatever it is, right?
Consolidation or restructure?
Just, we encourage the town and the schools to look at these for efficiencies in operations.
Also, our grant writer services, we should probably put that in there since we
Oh, yeah.
recommended it.
We sponsored that. I guess we ought to mention it, huh?
Do we want to get into healthcare? I don't think so.
No, I would say not.
I think that's a conversation to have with, or do we want to say it as, you know, other ways to
Increase.
consider saving funds or to, you know, explore?
I mean, the only thing you could say is that, the school budget was driven by,
The significant increase had a budget effect.
yeah. One of these that,
That's going to be a tricky one too, because I'm sure we're all going to have different opinions as to whether or not where the
well, if you look at
health insurance lines should go.
24 to 25 budget in the school, salary reserve was number one, 318.
But that's expected because they're in negotiations this year.
Yeah, I'm just going facts. The top 9 or 10, the top 8, which are over $100,000, is transportation, salary,
Transportation's huge.
equipment's kind of off now, insurance, collaborative tuitions.
Insurance was 4
Yeah.
on that list.
Yeah.
So-
5 was collaborative tuitions.
So if you take off salary reserve, which you have to do, and transportation, which is contractual, what was the third one?
Equipment,
Oh, the facility stuff.
and then insurance, collaborative
So
tuition,
you're talking
utility.
one of
The
the,
outside district cost.
Social
right?
worker salaries was a huge one, 110,000 increase. Maintenance of buildings, 100,000 increase. Then it starts to get less than,
So I'm not so sure the ESSER positions actually went away as much as the money went away, and it was, I'll just describe it as unallocated in different places. Because the social workers, a lot of those were created by the ESSER grant money originally.
no, they have it listed out for what positions exactly were removed.
yeah, the budget she showed where the cuts were.
Right.
It was 9, I think.
There's one social worker even in the,
There was,
in the ESSER.
But my point is, the cuts that are being made, were they actually positions created by ESSER funds, or did they hang on to? And there was a comment somewhere along the line that those decisions would have to be made, whether it was more important to hold that position in place that was created and funded by ESSER and pull a position from somewhere else.
It's a good question for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly valid question.
Because, yes, the money got pulled out, but
yeah, they didn't
is there,
necessarily cut.
there was some shifting around,
So-
and the actual position that was created did not necessarily get cut.
Well, and you've also got to remember that when they are, it's a little bit more complicated and because of their collective bargaining agreements.
Right.
That even if they created the position with an ESSER fund, but hired at a mid-level position, the person that's getting fired is the low-level position that wasn't in that same position. So it's convoluted,
Yeah.
but I still think it's certainly a valid question to ask tomorrow.
Yep. I won't remember, I hope you have it written down.
I won't remember it either. Not my job.
Tell you what, I'll put earbuds in and play this.
Well, we'll still be here, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Any other topics for so far? We have a decent list at this point. Okay.
I'm good for tonight.
Yeah.
I'm happy to skip over all of the old business, which is the FY '23 through 21 through 23 revenue and expenditure recap, and any discussions on any presentations in the past, unless anybody really wants to discuss previous presentations. Okay.
I just want to bring up one thing very quickly, and my position hasn't changed, but I'm still kind of concerned about the food service manager discussion that we had during the Council on Aging's budget process. So I'm hoping by the public hearing or during the public hearing, we get a clear answer as to what's going to happen with that position. Because I think we made individual positions clear, but what is the final budget? Actually, we'll see it if we get a final budget presentation as to what happened with that. Did it change? Did it not change? Did it go to a more hours or whatever?
So-
Or did it-
I don't think I made a position clear on that. I was just pointing out that there's more cost than just increase of 4 hours when you do that.
Right.
So people got to realize that when they're going from 19 to 23 or 20 to 24 or whatever it is, you bump into a whole.
But if you read in the minutes, I think it might have been me that asked for them to consider all possible alternative configurations for that change.
Yeah.
But they did. I mean, they talked about the fact that the kitchen is tiny and trying to put another person in there that's also part-time is not feasible. And that bumping her up to closer to 40 hours, she's going to be sitting there twiddling her thumbs for 6 hours, 8 hours.
I don't accept those. I listen to them and I hear them as excuses. That's not an analysis of an alternate scenario.
I think there's also the downside is that Ms. Doherty does have an idea as to what the total overhead cost is. Whereas any of the other positions that we heard, which we heard a few this year, increasing to full-time positions, benefited positions, they had no idea what the overhead cost was going to be. They just knew what the hourly rate was going to increase to. And so I think that actually runs to Ms. Doherty's, I guess.
Transparency, if nothing else.
Right, and firm grasp on the kind of the larger picture. But I think it does her a disservice in this instance because we did come down so hard on it because we had the full number and we said, wait, you're going to increase this tiny little amount for this large amount. Well, that's not the library's doing the same thing. And we didn't do it nearly as badly to Muir as we did to.
Because we felt bad, because we did it to,
Right.
at
So.
least I did.
So Pat, it's just facts.
I mean,
Yeah,
the teen center person, we said, gee, we kind of said, could you use more hours? We kind of talked about that. I mean, there were a few in there. I think ultimately, what I found in general was, and it is a difficult thing to do, is to think about the whole. And, if this was your money, how would you spend it? And if you asked, that, I don't know, would you spend $115 an hour for an extra 4.5 hours of work for this thing? And the answer would be no, you wouldn't do that. But she was supporting it. And I think that was where, I went, that's a problem. Now, is it the end of the world? No, because it's one position, she might not take the health insurance, and then it's not an issue. But when that person leaves and we rehire it, maybe that person will take it, and then it's, so it's to me, the problem always is we have to ask the town manager and all the department heads to think about this as if it was their money. Would you be willing, and if you can say, yes, I'd be willing to spend my money on this, then that's, I don't think we have that.
I think the other point that I've been making in private conversations over the past couple of weeks is that in my careers, a couple of them in plant management positions and in a position to make decisions or at least recommend decisions on reallocating a labor force based on the cost, is that you need to look at the positions as the positions and what they bring to the table, not the person. And I think there's quite a bit of the person in this decision, and nothing against this person. I know she does a wonderful job. But as a manager and a financial advisor, or whatever you want to call it, you have to take the emotion out of it and see what makes the most sense for the position and the positions supporting that position. That's my position coming out of private industry.
I can see that from being a fiscally responsible position, but at the same time, I mean, I tend to trust the department head, that the person in charge of it that knows sort of what their department needs. They're in there every day. They know exactly what's going on. We get to talk to them once, maybe twice a year, and say, no, why don't you do this instead? I think there is still a humanity that needs to be there, that it's not just that's reducing people down to numbers. And I think that that's not what we should be doing. Yes, we should be trying to be responsible with the funds that we're spending. And yes, we're looking to try and find, sorry, someone's coming, we have someone coming in the waiting room. Someone's still awake.
I think you're doing a case-by-case basis.
They're here for tomorrow's meeting.
I guess, while I appreciate the committee looking at every single line, I think that there are going to be concessions that do just sort of need to be, well, that's just sort of how it's going to be for this one instance. And that it's, we trust this person who's in charge of this department to say, this is what my department needs. And going beyond that, and yes, unfortunately, that bumps us into the next category, but so be it.
To me, the individual case is not the whole, that one person, but there were others, other parts, like the lieutenant who shovels driveways for the elderly. Fantastic thing, he wants to do that. But now we're hiring another lieutenant. Well, gee whiz, could we find somebody who is cheaper to shovel driveways than a lieutenant? Yes. Is that the right thing to do? Is that good for morale in the police force? I don't know. But so there's always those kind of things that you can say, yeah, I can point to that. That's not the best use of our money. But if the other benefit is, as the lieutenant mentioned, I'm checking them out and I'm doing more than just, I'm policing. I'm checking to make sure they're okay. Then maybe there is value there. So, I guess our job maybe is to focus on the money. And, and if there's really good reasons to maybe not be the most fiscally responsible, and I mean that in the most broadest sense of the word, then, okay, fine. I'm not against that either. But I think if we bring it up, then they could at least react to it and decide what to do.
I personally just have not been given a strong enough justification for doing it the way they're proposing to do it.
Okay. Any other discussion on previous? All right. Minutes. We have multiple
5
sets in there.
Yeah.
We have 5 sets of minutes in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, if we don't
I've
want
read
to deal
them.
with them tonight, as I said earlier, I just had one question as to whether Mr. Beardmore's comments were reflected correctly in the wording. That's the only question I had.
Yeah, 5.
And I think it was something to the effect of the debt service. I think it was worded as debt service was not included or something to that effect. And I think that was, he was saying that it was included in the number and it needed to be backed out because it wasn't actually part of the operations. It was, as you were talking about earlier. Or we can just let those ride till tomorrow night or whatever.
When we're clearer headed.
I mean, at this point, I'm inclined to let them go for now.
Yeah.
I know we have 5
I
sets.
think we need to approve them tomorrow, though, because we're at the 30-day mark.
Yep.
Well, I can send out a revised agenda for tomorrow, and I can put the minutes up front.
Sure.
That way we just get them done with, get them out of the
Yep.
way.
You said we have 5 sets?
We have 5 sets in there
And
right
we got a
now.
couple more last couple
I
days.
read 2 of them.
Does anybody disagree with that?
No, I would like to
What you
get them
just
cleared up.
proposed is
Correct.
fine.
Okay. All right, I'll send out a revised agenda then, and just, we'll get them done, we'll knock them out right then. All right, committee reports. Anybody have any, my only committee report was the school
The only
department.
thing I have is Green Communities will be meeting Monday, the 25th. That does conflict with caucus, so I'm not sure if we're going to tweak time or what's going to happen there at 7 PM at the library. And we're still discussing and trying to move forward with the sewer commission's need to upgrade their pumping stations.
Okay,
Aha. Good evening, Ms. Lockwood.
Ms. Lockwood, I'm gonna ask, we're just about to public comment, I'm gonna ask that you just hold on a few more minutes. I know it's incredibly late.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Wait for us to.
Any other committee reports? All right, topics for future meetings, we have a list. I don't think there's anything else we need to add on for now.
We're good.
Upcoming meetings, we'll be back here tomorrow for PAC, other moneyed articles, and the public schools,
In minutes.
and minutes.
Thursday into
Everybody
Friday
reads.
morning.
Yep. And then we are scheduled to have our public hearing on the 28th. Let's see. And
Now,
then- now comes the fun part. So,
the only thing we need to ascertain, and that's more for you, Evan, is whether we need to add presentation of the omnibus budget on the 28th before the public hearing. Or if we're putting in an additional meeting date.
I never actually got clarification from the town manager as to whether or not we can hand in on the 5th instead of the 4th. So,
Yeah. Well, in any case, we've got to plug in some time to get that
I
presentation.
think we're handing in on the 5th. And it makes it or it doesn't.
okay. So we want to work off of that as our date?
Let's see how it goes.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
We do the best we can.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the
Backed up
case,
against the wall here.
28th. So we have, Dave's correct, we will not have been presented with a balanced, finalized omnibus budget before public hearing on the
Unless we
28th,
schedule it before, that night before the public hearing.
which is currently scheduled to start at 7 o'clock on the dot.
Oh, that's right, we talked about 6:30 maybe.
So the only way we could have that done ahead of a public hearing is to start at 6:30 and see if the town manager will do a omnibus presentation. A quick updated one
On the 28th?
on the 28th. That way we at least have seen,
I don't know why we couldn't, we don't have to start the public hearing right at 7.
we do,
Why?
because that's when it
Because
was,
it's-
that's when it was advertised.
Right.
So,
You don't have, we don't have a choice.
It's either that or we open it and we recess it for a half hour. That, I mean, that is a,
Well, if we start at 6:30 and we're halfway through it, we could then open the public hearing and recess it,
Recess it.
and then go back and continue it, and then start at 7:15 or whatever it takes.
I
But
don't see us voting on anything until after the 4th too, so I don't know if we're gonna have any votes in the warrant.
That's a good point.
vote on what, the articles?
Yeah.
There's no numbers.
They're always done right after the hearing, same meeting.
Not if we don't have numbers.
No, yeah, if there's
Oh.
no numbers.
When are we going to get the numbers? We have a week.
we might be able to vote on
Some.
no financial,
No financial.
The planning board one will be
Yeah.
fine.
Because
We'll have
it's-
those.
yeah.
When
No
when is the
financial
select
impact.
board? I
haven't
don't
voted
remember
on
what
them
they
yet.
said about.
They have the 2nd. They would be able to vote on the 26th and on the 2nd, I guess, for theirs. Okay, so 3:28, start at 6:30.
Yep.
We can recess if we need to. We can open the public hearing, recess it for a little bit to finish that up, and then reconvene the public hearing and get through that. Okay.
Only a few minutes, you can just run late.
Yeah, that too. Then do we want to have not, I don't know if I call it a special, an off-cycle meeting on the 1st of April?
No.
No? You just want to meet on the 4th?
Yep.
We're not going to have a chance to see anything by then.
See what?
To see a report,
Draft.
a draft of it. We're going to be working
What do
off
you
of the
think?
first draft on the night that we're voting on the draft.
Is
I think we
Tiffany
should
doing the
plug an
draft?
agenda in for the first. Put a generic agenda in for the first, and we can cancel it if we're not gonna have a quorum. As long as we have a quorum, there's no reason in the world why we can't meet on the first.
And yeah, I suppose it all depends if Tiffany's gonna be able to have one for the first.
I'm sure we can put something together for the first.
I want to say that's Easter weekend.
It is.
Oh, that's right. Oh, jeez.
So,
What's going to be written?
no offense to getting it into the warrant and how hard it is on getting it into the warrant.
Yeah.
We've had about 9 4-hour meetings. We still don't even final numbers. And we're running through hoops to try to accomplish this.
Yeah. You're not wrong. But at the same time, we are sort of stuck with this needs to get into the warrant. This really should be in the warrant. It is, these topics alone, even just half of these topics alone, deserve to be in the warrant for the public.
Then I think we can deal with it on the 4th.
I make a motion that we request the chair to schedule a meeting for April 1st. I'd need a second if we're gonna vote on it. If not.
To me, I don't know, I would wait, to me, if it makes sense to have a meeting on the first, I'm all for it, but if it doesn't, if we're not ready, then it doesn't make any sense to do it, and waste our time and waste the effort. We're already here till 11:30 almost, so.
Well, we can always cancel a meeting.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
I mean,
if you don't post it, you can't have it. If you post it, you can
right,
cancel it.
Yeah, they were posted by Thursday.
and leave it up to the chair to decide whether or not it's worth doing. You can cancel if he wants to. I don't have a problem, so I'll second it just under those things, that, just for a placeholder.
And I agree with that interpretation that he just stated.
The only way that I would entertain even putting a meeting forward would be just to have a single item on this. It wouldn't be to
Just for the
vote on
report.
articles, it
Just for
wouldn't
the
be to
report.
discuss the budget, it would be just to review and revise the report. Nothing beyond that. Because
Yeah, and the other piece of that is if that's all we're doing, we can do that remotely.
right,
What I
and
said
it would also
before.
have, I would not even book it for this room. I
Right.
would just do a Zoom meeting. There's no way I'm leaving my house.
I will be reading the report at the meeting, I'll be honest with you. Because we're not going to get it until at least the Friday of Easter weekend.
You don't have
I got to
plans?
work on Monday.
You don't want to read it to the table at Easter? I agree, but at
Yeah,
least
it's a
that
tough
gives us a
weekend.
workshop night. So we have the chance to workshop it, we have the opportunity to look through it. It's not,
No, we
I
should
think
make the
it's-
effort to do it.
it's something that should be done correctly. I completely agree at the same time with almost having a sort of, I guess, not hold the meeting protest in a sense. But that just does a disservice, I think, to the town. Okay, so there's been a motion, there's been a second. I guess all in favor of I'll post a meeting for April 1st at 7 PM, remote, with the explicit requirement that it is only to review and revise the article, or the report.
One agenda item.
One agenda item and only, not even the Pledge of Allegiance, just right into it.
And you expect we'll have the draft at least 24 hours before that meeting?
That's,
That's
No.
questionable.
hopefully. I'll
Well, if we
call
don't,
Tiffany tomorrow morning. And if we don't, we'll cancel it. If we're not gonna have it, we'll cancel it.
That's,
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
Okay. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. And then we will have another meeting I will schedule one for the 4th. For that one, I will keep it short as well. I think it needs to just be for the report, for any warrant articles,
It's going to be whatever we don't have on the 28th.
right,
whatever we don't get
Right,
done
to
or
fill
can't
in-
do on the 28th.
correct, to fill in anything that we get for numbers between now and then, or between 28th and the 4th. But that's pretty much it as well. Okay. And then I say we take a month off.
Well, what tends to happen now between April 2nd and May 4th is that we tend to trickle in actual values and numbers and stuff, so.
We end up having meetings just before town meeting starts.
was it one year we
the day of
met,
at
we
7
met, we met at,
Yep, we
just
did.
before town
Yep.
meeting, yeah, I remember
Yep.
that.
I mean, I honestly think they should be continuing to work the budget between the 2nd and the 4th. So that at town meeting, new numbers can arise and be more balanced.
Yeah. Okay. Upcoming dates, I will change the April 2nd to April 5th, and we have town meeting on May 4th. And town elections on May 18th. What I haven't put in here, I should add that, is the 25th. Well, it's too late now because it's going to happen before our next meeting. The 25th at 7 PM is the caucus, Citizens Caucus at the high school for any available positions. I know there's a number of them coming up. And then the only other important date that I keep on forgetting to bring up is the Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader invitation again, which we received from the Boys and Girls Club. That is happening on April 26th from 7 to 9 PM. So I'm throwing it out there. We're missing 2 members. I don't want to talk about it tonight, but let's discuss it. They want to know in the next week or a few weeks. With that, is there any public comment from the committee? Ms. Lockwood? Public comment?
Thank you. Earlier, it was, I had logged in and I hadn't put myself on mute, so I apologize for my, it was truly a non-moment. So, regarding the part-time going to full-time positions that we have had in town, and I know, Sue is very clear about what she's doing and her intentions. I think we need to think, when we look at all the positions in town, think of more like, it's not a one position, it's really be part of that position that it plays as if it was in a business. So, for example, the Council on Aging and the Parks and Recreation Department, they are there to serve the people. The assessor's office are there to assess taxes fairly. And you can't put that, in the private sector, we don't put, you don't put that label of like, oh, you need to justify your hours, you need to make your salary, if you increase your hours, you need to justify your salary into revenue. That is a private, sector type of comment. But you don't do that to your marketing side of the business or your, I don't know, to your, public relations business side of the business. So there is more than what you're doing. So I do understand very well if we're in private sector, these are the questions you'd be asking. But actually, even when we're talking about banks, I mean, we have TD Garden. We have a lot of financial institutions that are doing things. They are not bringing direct revenue from their activities on that side. And that's the public sector of things. And where I'm going to tie this into the town is the following. I am aware of some numbers within different parts of Massachusetts. I have business that is in Westford and Wayland. Wayland is number 2 or number 1 school in the state. The average single-family home pays about $17,000 in taxes in Wayland. So basically there, and the average pupil spend at that point in that town is $23,000. This is data, everyone can look it up. So basically in that town, you are going there and you're spending the money that you would spend in a public, to send your kid to a school that was that good, even if it was public or private. Then you have Lunenburg, where our average spend per pupil is about, I think it's over 10,000, less than 11,000. But our average single-family home taxes is around $6,000. So basically, we're getting double the value. If you have children in school, you're sending kids to school and you're paying $6,000 in taxes, and the town is spending about $11,000 per kid at school. So there is a benefit to the town, to the business of the town, to keep a diverse, even if though it's all residential, we don't have a lot of commercial, there is a benefit to the town to keep a lot of, a diverse demographic in town. So when we're talking about the senior center hiring someone to cook breakfast and lunch to seniors who do not, they're over 50. Maybe, I don't know of many people in town who are over 50 and have children under 18, but it could be, theoretically could be, but I don't know that many people. So when we think of the senior center who's serving people of 50 and older, spending that money on a cook and someone who loves to cook for our seniors, and that money is really not that expensive. And in the private sector, we would not be scrutinizing this. So, I'm in the private sector, I scrutinize things at that level, but I scrutinize things at that level in a holistic way of what are we delivering, what are the benefits. So please stop going, our senior center, they are a jewel, and I'm the Parks Commission, and I only hope that one day we have a good purpose, we have good people in it, but we are not at the level of service that the senior center is offering to our residents right now. I really feel like we're failing to offer good service to people between the age of 30 to 55. And we cannot scrutinize at the same level, because these are the people that are keeping that balance. We don't have a strong commercial base, and the diversity that we have is within our demographics, and scrutinizing the cook at the senior center is not the way to go. So thank you, Evan, for allowing me to speak. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Lockwood. Is there any other public comment from the public? Hearing none.
Motion to adjourn.
I was going to beat you to it. Second.
Is there any discussion on this?
favor.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye, at
Opposed?
11:30 even.
And not 11:30, we're at 11:40. Oh, it is 11:30. 11:30, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you in 12 hours.